Upon a very important subject matter in the area of biostatistics, which statistical test to use and where to use. So usually the medical research often involves analyzing data to test hypotheses. We make various hypotheses, we set some objectives for this particular research, and then analyze it and make inferences. Once we get the data, it is important to apply a proper test. Unless we do apply this statistical test, those results will not be valid and reliable. That's why this is a very, very important matter, and we'll be talking about this particular issue today. In this particular presentation, I will be discussing on various statistical tests that are commonly used in medical research and how to select those tests. I will not be talking about higher level biostatistical tests like logistic regression and ANCO and so on and so forth. So we'll be dealing with simple, common, and most frequently used statistical test of significance. So that will be the topic for discussion today. So before going to this test, it is a good idea to get some overview of the background of this basic information about biostatistics. We once we carry out research, we get data, and that data can be of two kinds. Categorical data, it is usually yes or no kind. Like, say, for instance, it can be like cured and not cured, treated, not treated, likewise. So that is categorical, male, female, and so on and so forth. The other kind is continuous data, like we measure, for instance, blood pressure, the blood sugar, cholesterol. In case of ophthalmology, it can be like intraocular pressure, like that. So these are the data that is continuous data, and it is usually measured in terms of mean standard deviation. If the data is not parametric or not normally distributed, then it can be measured in terms of median, like that. So by and large, these data can be two kinds, parametric and non-parametric. The parametric data is bell-shaped and it is centered around a mean. And in case we get these data, then these are the following tests that we'll be using, like a student t-test that we'll be discussing today, ANOVA, which is also called as analysis of variance. On the other hand, we have non-parametric tests like Mann-Whitney test, Kruskal-Wallis test, Wilcoxon's sign rank test. We'll be talking in details about these tests, when and where to use. So these.
Please share your presentation. Avinash, your presentation is not visible here.
It is not visible, sir?
Yeah.
Now, sir?
No.
I'll just check it.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. All right. So the audio is okay, sir?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah,
all right.
Good.
So we'll be talking about these two kinds, the parametric test and the non-parametric test we just talked about. And also we'll be dealing with certain other important tests like correlation and regression. So that will be the topic of discussion today. How to choose the appropriate statistical test. You know, there are many number of tests that are available in the biostatistics. There are various software that are available to choose the statistical test. If you apply something, it will give some kind of a result, but that will not be appropriate. It is up to us to choose a particular test. Now, it all depends which test to choose, depends on the type of data, whether it is parametrically distributed, which means a normally distributed data, or a skewed data, which is also called as a non-parametric data. Usually data in terms of like ranks is there, or scores are there, or grades are there. That is not usually, it is non-parametric. Then accordingly we have to choose the test. This is true about the data which is having a mean and standard deviation. Also, there can be two types of data, where the data are continuous type of data, and you want to find out some correlation between those two. There can be a requirement, or there can be data like cured or not cured, a particular kind of intervention is there in terms of a drug or something else. So then you would like to find out association between them, whether that intervention is causing the cure or something like that. So based upon the requirement, based upon the objective that we set in, the type of test will differ. Also, it will depend on the number of groups. How many groups are there? So they can be, say for example, usually, commonly there can be two groups, like a test group is there and the control group is there. Or there can be data like before and after kind of analysis. Before drug intervention, what was the intraocular pressure? After the intervention, what has happened to that intraocular pressure? So on and so forth. Or they can be more than two columns as type of data. Like say for example, over a period of time, you observe a particular thing like blood pressure at 0 weeks, then blood pressure at 8 weeks, blood pressure at 12 weeks, something like that. So you are having more than two columns or two groups. So based upon all these things, you will have to choose a different type of test. So we'll see each one by one. We just talked about it. What are the different types of data, parametric data and non-parametric data? How do we judge whether it is a parametric data or not parametric data? There are various software that will do. You put initial information in the Excel, then put that particular data in a standard software, then check for the parametric test. It will give you a result whether the data is parametric or not. In case the data is parametric, then you choose the parametric test. If it is not, then you will choose the non-parametric test. By and large, I just talked. The parametric data can be like the blood pressure, the cholesterol, intraocular pressure. Non-parametric data can be like scores, ranks, or grades. All right. So this is so important because if you apply a wrong test, if the data is parametric and you apply non-parametric, the validity of the test goes off. So that's why it is important to choose that. We had a talk about it. Now we'll go one by one. The first test that we'll be discussing is student t-test. That is one of the most commonly and frequently applied tests. It is usually applied for graded data. We just talked about like blood sugar levels, the body weight, the height, the cholesterol, the intraocular pressure. This is the data that you will be applying, and you are having two groups. So these two groups can be paired or unpaired. When I say paired, it means that the data in these two groups is matched. Say for instance, a group of individuals is there, you observe them at the baseline, and after a period of time, the individuals do not change. You are just observing them over a period of time. Such a data is paired data. In case you have two different groups, drug A is given to one set of people and drug B is given to another set of people. In this case, the groups are different. They are not matched. So for such type of pairing, we call them as unpaired. So there will be two kinds, paired data and unpaired data. Based upon that, you have to choose a test. So we just talked about this. If the data is from the same subject, we apply a paired t-test. And we just talked about that example as well. As you can see on your screen, the change in blood sugar level in group A and group B over a period of time, maybe 2 months, 3 months, or something like that. You see those figures. And in such situation, you feed the data and apply, choose the test as the student t-test and choose the paired t-test. It will give you the result. Right. So if the results are turned out to be significant, which means the p-value is less than 0.05, then we call those changes over a period of time in those two groups as significant. So we just take it as significant test. If it is not, it will give the result as not significant. So this is true about the student t-test. You applied for two groups. Then there is another situation wherein you are having more than two groups, like 3 or more groups. So there can be two situations. You observe the same group of people or same group of subjects over a period of time. So in that case, this is like paired kind of a data. So if such a data is there and you are having more than 3 or more than 3 columns, then you apply repeated measures ANOVA, repeated measures analysis of variance. In case you are having 3 or more groups which are completely different, drug A, drug B, and drug C, that can be a situation, or like that. So 3 or more groups. In those circumstances, you will be using the one-way ANOVA. One-way ANOVA is something like unpaired kind of data where people or subjects are different. All right. So what happens in this? You put in the data in the particular software, then ask the software to apply this ANOVA test. It will apply the test and it will give you a result. So the result will be like if the p-value is less than 0.05, it will be showing significance. Here the problem or the difference between this student test and one-way ANOVA is that that test will detect as significant, but it will not show where the differences lie. It will tell you where there is some problem in that data, there is some kind of a significance is there, but where the significance it will not tell. Whether it is between group A and B, group A and C, or B and C, something. You will not tell that where the problem is lying. So then in that case, we'll have to apply the post test. We'll talk about that after a while. So here on your screen, you can see this is a typical case of one-way ANOVA. We are applying it for 3 or more unmatched groups. So the people are different, subjects are different. Here is an example of group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4. There are 4 groups. The groups are like control, and then aspirin is with some dose 150, and aspirin 200, and aspirin 300. So these all different people are there, different set of people. So they are not matched. So here we will be applying one-way ANOVA. This is a scenario where the subjects are matched. The group of people, subjects are same. Like you see the blood sugar level in these people, subjects like fasting blood sugar and post meal. You see them at 0 weeks, 6 weeks, and 12 weeks. Here the subjects are same. Here the test of choice will be repeated measures ANOVA. All right, so that's the difference between the two. If the people are, if the subjects are same, we'll be choosing repeated measures, or else we'll be choosing one-way ANOVA. So that was true about this one-way ANOVA, right? Likewise, there can be two-way ANOVA where you have more than 3 groups, and there is another condition put into them. For example, there is a drug A, drug B, and drug C, and there are hidden groups within that, like about diabetic or non-diabetic, men versus women, or some drug concentration is different, something like that. If there are 2 conditions playing, in that case, we will be applying two-way ANOVA. It is a bit complicated. We will not be dealing with this. Hardly ever or very rarely we choose this particular kind of a test. In all these one-way ANOVA types, as I said earlier, it will tell you that there is some problem, there is some significance somewhere, but where the significance is lying, it will not tell. Then in that case, we will have to choose a post hoc test. So we'll have to choose a test. It will compare within those groups. So that is called as a post hoc test, and it will do multiple comparisons, and it will talk about the differences, where the problem or where the significant differences lie. So there are various types of post hoc tests, like direct test is there, Takis test is there, Newman-Kuhls is there, Bonferroni is there. Likewise, there are many post hoc tests, and each test is having their strength and weakness. This Dunnett's test is the commonly used test, which will check the significance between the baseline value and the other values. 0 versus 1 week, 0 versus 8 weeks, 0 versus 12 weeks, something like that. So it will compare with the baseline. If your requirement is like that, you want to compare with the baseline, then choose Dunnett's test. Other tests like Takis test, Newman-Kuhls test, Bonferroni test, they will check differences between amongst themselves, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C, something like that. So within those groups, it will do many permutation combinations. So if your requirement is to compare within those groups as well, then you choose them. Amongst these Takis and Newman-Kuhls, there are strengths and weaknesses. Newman-Kuhls is suitable for groups less than 5. If the groups are more than 5, then you go for Takis. I would suggest, in case of a confusion, if you don't understand anything, choose Takis test. That is good post hoc test for all purposes. So Takis test is the one which will check differences amongst various groups, and then you can select those differences and talk about them and discuss about them. So that is all about this post test that is to be applied in ANOVA. So we had to talk about this, Dunnett's advantages and disadvantages. This is an example. It will compare with the control. Then Bonferroni, Takis, and Newmans, we had a discussion about their strengths and weaknesses. All right. Am I audible and visible and clear, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
All right. All right. Thank you. So we'll switch on to another test which is commonly used. So far we have talked about the parametric test in which the data is normally distributed. Now we talk about a parallel situation where the data is non-parametric or not normally distributed or skewed to any one direction. In case we are having a two group data before and after or comparative, and the data is not normal, then we choose a test called as Wilcoxon matched pairs. So here the comparison between before and after. So the data is paired, which is belonging to the same set of subjects, and it is not normally distributed. Then we apply this particular test, which is a non-parametric equivalent of paired student t-test. You have to just choose that non-parametric test. It will go on to this particular test. You need not remember the name of that particular test. It will by default choose Wilcoxon rank sum test. And if the data is unpaired kind and not normal, it will by default choose Mann-Whitney test. This is another test. So it will show significance or not significance, just the same way it has shown for student t-test. These are non-parametric equivalents. Now coming to another test, which is a non-parametric equivalent of ANOVA. Here the data, this particular test is called as a Friedman test. It is a non-parametric equivalent of one-way ANOVA, Friedman test. This herein also you don't need to remember the name of the test. The software will by default choose it. You will choose which test to apply. ANOVA, the data is non-parametric. By default, it will go to Friedman. So the condition here is there are 3 or more data and they are paired, which means they are belonging to the same set of participants. Similarly, the other one-way test is Kruskal-Wallis, which is a non-parametric variant for unpaired data. Here also it will give a test of significance, if yes or no. Here also you have to choose the post-hoc test in case you want to find the difference where the difference is lying. Just to summarize, so far whatever we have talked about, the various types of data having 2 pairs, more than 2 pairs, parametric data, non-parametric data. This is a summary that you can see on the screen. If you are having 2 pairs of data, if they are paired before or after kind, then you choose student t-test, paired t-test. If the data is unpaired, you choose unpaired t-test. In case the data is non-parametric, you choose Wilcoxon signed rank test or Mann-Whitney test if it is unpaired. Similarly, if the data is 3 or more, and if it is parametric and a match, you will choose repeated measures. If it is parametric and unmatched, you will choose one-way ANOVA. This is a very, very important chart. I mean, it is you have to focus on this particular chart. Those will be the tests that you will be choosing. Equivalently, if the data is non-parametric and matched, you will choose Friedman test. If it is non-parametric and unmatched, you will be choosing Kruskal-Wallis test. So these are the sets of tests that we will be choosing. Just to summarize and consolidate whatever we discussed, we will consider a hypothetical example. Say, for example, if you are studying effect of supplementation of vitamin C on glucose levels in type 2 diabetes patients. In case you are having 2 groups, then we can apply parametric or non-parametric test depend upon the distribution of the data. Say, for example, this will be the basic descriptive chart. It will talk about the age, the gender, and female distribution of the data. So that is not a point of discussion over here. If suppose we want to see the effect of this vitamin C at 0 weeks and 6 weeks, and if the data is normally distributed, it will show like this: the fasting sugar level, post-meal sugar level at 0 weeks and 6 weeks. In case you want to see if the what has happened at the end of 6 weeks, you will be applying paired student t-test. So that will be the test of choice here in this particular case. In case the data is, say, for example, spread over 3 weeks, 0 weeks, 6 weeks, and 12 weeks, and if the data is not normally distributed or normally distributed, you will be choosing, if it is normally distributed, you will be choosing one-way ANOVA. If it is paired, then you will be choosing repeated measures. And then according to your choice, you will be choosing a particular kind of a post-test like Dunnes test or Turkish test. So that should do. So that was about this thing. Now, in case you might also be interested, so for example, if there is a drop in the blood sugar level at 8 weeks and drop in the sugar level at some 16 weeks, you want to see the change. Those 3 groups are converted into 2 groups. Here, because there are now 2 groups, we will be choosing the student t-test. Now, switching on to another part of this discussion, ChiSquare. This is also another very commonly used test of significance. Here, the data is discrete kind, yes or no kind. If there is the data is not continuous type, Say for example, the cured, not cured, treated, not treated kind of this thing, responded, not responded, like that. And there is an intervention on one side and there is an outcome on other side. So the data will be like in a tabular form instead of mean and standard deviation kind. So for example, you want to see the influence of smoking on cancer. So smoking is the intervention, smokers and non-smokers, and whether it causes cancer or no cancer. So this kind of a data is there, and you usually will be getting a 2x2 chart. So while making that particular chart or table, you have to see that the intervention stands up. So it should be placed first, the intervention. Smoking, no smoking, drug A of interest should be upwards, and the control drug or the comparator drug should be down. And on the right side, on the column side, the outcome should be the first. So in the row side, the intervention should be lying on the top. On the outcome side, in the first column, the outcome should be there. So drug A causing cure, vaccine A causing cure, kind of this thing. So you have to take care that intervention should lie upwards and the outcome should lie on the leftward side in that 2x2 chart. So once you do that charting or the tabulation, then you have to apply the test. Put in that basic data and then you apply the test of significance over here. What it is going to show? It is going to show if there is a statistical significance after that particular intervention, after that drug treatment or whatever intervention, it may be surgical intervention, if it is causing that outcome or not. It will talk about the association, whether that particular intervention is associated with that outcome. It will not talk about the causality. All right. So there may be a association between two things. It need not be a causality relation. So, for example, smoking can cause cancer. We know that it is causally associated, but there may be another. There may be another intervention, like it can be anything, drinking soft drinks and causing cancer. So it may show association, but it need not necessarily show causal association. So that is the point that I want to make over here. So this is an example. On your screen, you can see that there are two drug interventions. Ciprofloxacin is there and chloramphenicol on one side, cured and not cured on other side. This is a case in case of enteric cure, and you see some kind of a data, then you apply the test. Now it will show whether ciprofloxacin is going to cause cure significantly in comparison with chloramphenicol or not. So that's the point it will show. Likewise, there can be exercise and no exercise, and obese and non-obese. Whether the exercise is going to cause obesity, and this is the absurd thing. You will have to rearrange that particular data. The intervention should show the proper outcome in the first column. So likewise, you can have your own situations and scenarios. So that was all about the ChiSquare test. And there is a word of caution over here. If the table is larger than 2x2, then you have to apply EX correction. If any of the values in that particular chart is less than 5, then you have to go for Fisher's t-test, Fisher's exact test. In case of doubt whether you should be applying the ChiSquare test or Fisher's exact test, which are equivalent, you should go for Fisher's exact test. They are same, but the software will by default do all these corrections, the corrections and everything. So you need not bother about it. So you put in the data, the software is intelligent enough to apply those corrections. So you need not bother about that. So Fisher's exact test is the proper test to be applied. Now, after having talked about this thing, can I carry on for another 5 minutes, Dr. Joshi sir?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir. But
So,
maybe you can sum up
two
with
things that we'll be talking, and then I'll be stopping my presentation. Correlation. So it is another commonly used this thing, wherein if you want to find out a relationship or association between two quantitative continuous variables. So for example, age and blood pressure, height and weight, if these two things are correlated, in that case, you have to apply the correlation analysis. So once you apply this particular test, it will talk about the strength of association between those two parameters and the direction, whether they are directly correlated or indirectly, whether rise in one particular parameter is going to cause rise in another or decrease in like that. If it is going to cause rise, then it will show a positive correlation or else negative correlation. So it will talk about if these two parameters or the variables are correlated with each other. So there can be two kinds, as I said, positive and negative correlations, and they can be zero correlation. Absolutely, they are not correlated. So there may be positive and negative direction, and if this test of significance shows statistical significance, it means it is of value. So these two correlations may be positive or negative, but it may not be statistically significant. In that case, you just conclude that these are not related. In case they are related, then you go for another test like regression and so on and so forth, like that. So they can be in either direction, the positive or negative. The software will give you a scatter plot, and that will talk about that correlation between the two parameters. So when we talk about the correlation, there are two important terminology that one should be knowing. One is a dependent variable, which is an outcome variable, and it cannot be controlled. And another is independent variable, which can be controlled, which you want to which you can change with the intervention. For example, they can be like blood sugar on one side and exercise quantity on another side. So blood sugar you cannot control, but exercise you can control. So you would like to find out the influence of exercise on blood sugar. So that can be a case. So this is the concept of dependent variable and independent variable. Here in this correlation analysis, we are trying to find out if there is a relation that exists between these two parameters. All right. So they can be positive and negative correlation. As I talked, the examples like the more you eat, the more weight gain you have. This can be one correlation, which is obvious. Then the older you get, less flexible you are, like that. So this is an example of negative correlation. And when you plot that particular graph between those two parameters or variables, you can see a pattern like this. So in case of a positive correlation, you will see a rise between them. In case of a negative correlation, you will see a steep downwards. So that is a negative correlation. And if they are not at all correlated, you will see a scatter diagram. So the points are wide apart and there is no correlation. There is no direction between those two variables. So there is no correlation. Now, another important consideration over here. When you try to find out the correlation between the two, the data may be of two kinds, the normally distributed data or not normally distributed data. In case it is a normally distributed data, then that correlation is called as a Pearson's correlation. All right. So that is Pearson's correlation. In case if the data is not parametric, then that correlation is called as a Spearman correlation. So these are after two the research scientists who dealt with those. So Pearson's or Spearman correlation depending on the type of data. Then you get a value of that correlation once you put that data into the software, and that is called as a correlation coefficient. And it talks about the degree of relations between the two measured values. So that value lies between 0 and 1. 0 is absolutely no correlation, 1 is a perfect correlation. So most of the things will lie between those spectrums. Now, if that correlation coefficient is lying between 0 to 0.3, then you call that that correlation as negligible. If it is between 0.3 to 0.5, then you call it that low correlation. If it is more than 0.5 and less than 0.7, then you call it as moderate. If it is between 0.7 to 0.9, then we call it as high correlation. And if it is more than that, it is very high correlation. So this is how you interpret after you get that correlation coefficient information. So once you see that there is a correlation between the two parameters, it can be positive, negative, and it is statistically significant, and there is the degree may be strong or low or whatever it may be. If there is significant correlation between them, then you would like to see how they are correlated mathematically. And this is called as regression. With change in one parameter, how much degree of change in another parameter? So that may be needed sometimes. So this particular analysis is called as the regression analysis. So it is used to find out the value of one variable based if you know the value of another variable. Okay, for example, does BP increases with advancing age? So if you find out a correlation, then it might show a correlation, positive correlation, it might give you a correlation value. And then if you apply this regression analysis, then you will get a formula. Well, then you can find out with each increasing age in years, there is this much increase in the blood pressure. So that is a hypothetical example. So like that. And if you know the age, then you will be able to know the blood pressure like that. there can be many examples parallel to your ophthalmology case situations. So like that. So this is used for knowing the value of one parameter if you know the value of another. So this was regarding the correlation and regression analysis. So far we have seen this thing. If we have two pairs of data, you apply paired t-test, and there is a non-parametric variant to that. If you are having two or more kind of comparison to be made, then we apply ANOVA. It can be repeated measures or one-way ANOVA. And if you want to find out the correlation between the two parameters or variables, you will be choosing the Pearson correlation analysis. And if you want to know the value of one parameter, if you know the value of other, then regression analysis. And in case of a discrete or separate data, all of one kind of a data, you apply Fisher's exact test. So these are the commonly used tests, and it will give you a value of significance or not significance. And then based upon your situation, then you will have to analyze and discuss and conclude. All right, so that's all. This is my last slide. So this is what we have seen so far. We need statistical tests are needed for drawing valid conclusions. And before applying this test, you have to put the data in Excel and put that particular data in the software and see whether the data is normally distributed or not distributed. And based upon that, you have to choose a test. And then after that, you will get some significance or not significance. And that will help you discuss your results and compare and contrast with others. So that's all from my side.
Thank you, sir. It was a nice presentation. Before proceeding further, I would request all the speakers to please stick with the allotted time so that we can finish it up in time. So I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Vijay Modgare, sir. He had been a professor and head retired in the Department of Pharmacology at Government Medical College, Nagpur. And he is a co-investigator for WHO clinical trial. He is a member of FDA New Delhi, currently Vice President of Indian Society for Rational Pharmacotherapeutics. He had 125 publications in national and international forum. So over to you, sir, Dr. Vijay Modgare, sir.
Yeah.
We will be talking on hypothesis testing.
Morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I am thankful to Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society, particularly Dr. Rajesh Joshi, sir, inviting me on this podium. The topic given to me is hypothesis testing. It is a slightly difficult topic. I thank Dr. Siddhartha Kamble for my present invited me. Also thanks Dr. I could see Dr. Rutuja for this. To start with my presentation, we are all scientists, and these are the quotations which I have taken. If you carry on 1 hour debate over the expected results of a test, that actually takes 5 minutes to run. And second important quotation which I could get is, if you were 3 years old, sir, asked why the sky is blue, and if you try to explain the atmospheric absorption theory, then I think we can be a good scientist in future. I'll be talking few lines on what is called as the research. Research is a systematic process. We can utilize the scientific method for generation of the new knowledge that can be used to solve a problem and to improve the existing status of the system. Or in other words, it is a systemic, organized scientific process to find the answer to the certain question. Now, for example, if I take the questions like that, can prazosin prevent the death in children stung by the scorpion bite? Or can beta blockers reduces or decreases the intraocular pressure in the patient of glaucoma? On third example, can certain drugs like chloroquine can cause toxic amblyopia? So this is the questions comes into the mind, and there is no specific answer available. Even if you go with the net and no specific data is available, so that becomes our question. And this question has to be answered by the systemic process, going to the literature, finding the idea and all that. So this question becomes the beginning of our research, and answer to it's the beginning of your starting with the hypothesis. So the answer may be yes. If there is no question, so there is no research, and answer may be a negative. And if the answer is negative, again, it can become a part for the research. So if you take the purpose of the research is just to find out the data or find out the idea which is not available or which is hidden, and that's why there are certain objective of the various research we find out to the various studies. The studies of the research can be exploratory or formulative studies to gain familiarity with the phenomenon, achieve the new insights. The research, it can be a descriptive studies or research to portray the characteristics of a particular individual or a situation or the groups. It can be a diagnostic research studies to determine the frequency with which something occurs or which something is to be associated. And what today we are going to talk about the hypothesis testing to test the hypothesis of a causal relation between the various variables. Now comes where and how to start with the research and start with the hypothesis. So many people, they say, Bernard Williams correctly said, ideas are like wandering sun. They show up when you least expect them. Mark Twain said, a man with a new idea is a crank until the idea succeeds. And correctly, Albert Einstein said, if at first the idea is not absurd, then there is no for it. Now, how to get an idea for the research? It's $1 million question, which is unanswered till so far. And it all depends upon the one's own knowledge, interest, the research experience in the field concerned. Now, getting an idea for the research means we encounter with the problem. When we encounter with a certain problem, we get an idea to solve it. Sometimes when you get the problem, we go with the information on the net, we search the literature, and there is a lack of information about the topic. So it's a desire to fill in the vacuum arises. Sometimes again, the answers are unanswered questions. So we get an idea and plan to go for the further research studies. Again, desire to acquire the knowledge, another one, intuitive and desire to explore, other develop. You get more knowledge, more and more knowledge, leading to more questions, and that leads to ending to find the answer for which are the questions to be developed. Now, what exactly an idea for the research? So this is the one question comes in the mind. For example, surgeon with a special interest on gastrointestinal surgery come across with an article in the pharmacology journal, and it says that erythromycin increases the gastric motility by stimulating the motilin receptor and not the nerve. Or it can be a beta blockers, or ophthalmologists come with the pharmacology journal, see that beta blockers reduces the intraocular pressure, or the drugs like chloroquine, ethambutol can cause certain changes in the retina, leads to optic neuritis or loss of vision. These are the questions. So these are the questions. So we go to library, we search the net, informations are not available, and we find out. And it's a wonder that how erythromycin could help to relieve the gastric stresses occurring due to complete vagotomy. So this is a great question comes to me, and we formulate the hypothesis. We go with the research hypothesis, and this hypothesis is nothing but it is an idea which comes in the mind, which is yet to be proved. So either by doing the experiments, we have to prove it or we have to disprove it. And the hypothesis can be based on this question. Erythromycin is effective in relieving the gastric stresses due to complete vagotomy. Now, investigator has to prove or disapprove the above hypothesis by carrying out the experiment, and this hypothesis is called as a research hypothesis. So this research question or research generally starts with the question. Research problem usually in the form of research question, which is the precursor of the hypothesis. If there is no question, there will be no research or there will be no. And hypothesis provides a specific restatement and clarification regarding the research question. So the question comes, can we start the study without the hypothesis? Because no, but some studies do not have priority hypothesis, but likely to end with the one. Exploratory studies do not have predefined hypotheses, and experimental studies which have definite hypotheses. So exploratory studies do not. Experimental studies always require a definite hypothesis. So if you see that the exploratory study starts with another question with this, what happens to the cellular organelles when the drug X enters the cell? If the knowledge of the event that may occur when the drug enters a cell is lacking, we conduct various studies, various research or molecular study without formulating any hypothesis. We get the observation, we observe the cellular event and draw the conclusion, maybe in the form of hypothesis which needs to be proved by the further studies. So there's a study may or may not have a predefined hypothesis, but all the study starts with the question, and this question we call it a research question. So here the hypothesis can be written in the form of a research question that can erythromycin relieve gastric stasis due to vagotomy, or can beta blocker reduces the intraocular pressure in the patient of glaucoma. So called as what is called as a hypothesis. Hypothesis is a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidences as starting point for the further investigation. It is a tentative explanation that accounts for the set of various facts that can be tested by the further investigator, and it states the researcher's assumption on relations between the study and the outcome variables. It is very important. So hypothesis needs to be structured before data gathering and interpretation phase. So it is very important. So what is the nature of the hypothesis? The first thing important is hypothesis should have a clear statement of what is intended research and openly stated in reporting the result. Finding the data first, then formulating the hypothesis is like that of match fixing. Third, it expresses the relation between the two or more measurable variables. Fourth, it carries a clear implication for testing the stated relation. And if it is testable, it can be verifiable or it can be falsifiable. It should be specific and not too general. It is a prediction for the consequences, and it is considered valuable even if proved false. It states expected relation between the variables. It is stated in a simple and a concise form. So what are the various uses we come with the hypothesis? If you at the start of an investigation, it stimulates the critical thinking, thereby clearing the confusion towards the researcher. Towards the end of the research, it again assumes the significance as a preposition to be accepted or rejected in the light of finding. A well-grounded hypothesis indicates that researchers had sufficient knowledge in the area to be undertaken for the investigation. Next use, it provides a tentative explanation to the phenomena and facilitates the extension of the knowledge in that particular area. It enables the researchers to objectively investigate a new era of the discovery. Hypothesis gives direction to the research study process, that is the collection and interpretation of the data. It provides the investigator with a relational statement that is directly testable in the research study. It provides a clear specific goal to the researcher. This clear and specific goals provides the investigator with the basis for selecting a sample and research procedure to meet the various goals. It provides a framework for reporting and conclusion of the research study. Then comes with what are the different variables, and it is a testable hypothesis state the expected relation between the independent variable and the dependent variable in the study. It is tested through a statistical procedure. Very important when you go with the statistical analysis, you must know what are the different types of variable, whether dependent or independent variable. And these variables can be defined in terms of qualities, in terms of properties, what are the characteristics, what is the behavior, etc. of the individual or the group or the objects or the situation, etc. that changes or that vary. As far as the hypothesis is concerned, basically there are two categories of the variable that matters. The first is called as the dependable variable, also called as outcome variable, and second is called as independent variable. It is also called as a study variable. I will give the example. The dependent variable, also called as outcome variable, it is also known as a responding variable. It is generally the effect that is measured or observed as a variable. Independent variable, or it is also a manipulated variable, and that variable that is being examined or tested against the dependent variable. If you take this example, if you spend more time participating in the research, then your research skill will improve. So the dependent variable here will be the research skill. Independent variable here is the participation in the research. So this is the dependent, and so dependent variable is the outcome, and independent is called as the manipulated variable. Now, what are the categories of the hypothesis? It can be a simple hypothesis, it can or complex hypothesis. It can be a directional, or it can be a non-directional. It can be a causal or associative, and null hypothesis or alternate hypothesis for the purpose of statistical testing. So take the example, simple hypothesis, predict the relation between a single independent variable and there is a single dependent variable. The example, person with uncontrolled diabetes have more chances to develop retinopathy than those with the controlled diabetes. So here, single is the diabetes, and another one is the retinopathy, is the single independent, single dependent variable. It's complex. There is a relation between the two or more independent variable and two or more dependent variables. For example, person with uncontrolled diabetes, with hypertension, or with the kidney disorders have more chances to develop retinopathy, neuropathy, nephropathy than those with the controlled diabetes. So two or more dependent or two or more independent variables is the complex hypothesis. Then non-directional. It is a type of alternative hypothesis in which there is no definite direction of the expected finding is specified. Researchers may know that what can be predicted from the past literature, and it can be read that there is a only difference. We cannot say the difference is much or higher. So there is a difference in the anxiety level in the patient with a high IQ with the low IQ. But if you see this one, directional, this is the type of alternative hypothesis that specifies the direction of expected finding. Some directional hypotheses are created to examine the relation among the variables rather than to compare the group. So directional hypothesis may read is more than or will be less than. So children with high IQ will exhibit more anxiety than the children with the low IQ is the directional hypothesis. Then what is called as the associative type of hypothesis? Predict an association relation between the independent variable and dependent variable, whether there is a change in any one of the variable or changes occur in the other. Example I have already given. Person practicing yoga have more concentration than those who do not practice the yoga. So this is the associated. Then causal predicts the cause and effect relationship or interaction between the independent variable, dependent variable. This hypothesis predicts the effect of dependent variable on independent variable on dependent variable. Example, person practicing yoga daily have more concentration than those who practice the yoga for more than 3 weeks or less than 3 weeks. Then coming with the null hypothesis. So null hypothesis is the statement that there is no actual relation between the variables. It is designated as H0 or HM. It states the opposite what the experimenter would expect or predict. The final conclusion of the investigator will either accept the null hypothesis or will reject the null hypothesis in favor of alternative hypothesis. Not rejecting the null hypothesis does not mean it is true. It is just that there might not be enough evidence against the null hypothesis. It is also called as statistical hypothesis because this type of hypothesis is used for statistical testing and statistical interpretation. So there is no null hypothesis, there is no significant difference in the concentration level of children in kindergarten with the refractive errors using spectacle and those not using the spectacles. So what is the alternative hypothesis? Alternative hypothesis is the statement that there is a relationship between the variables. It is suggested a potential outcome that the researchers may expect. So it is designated by H1 or HA. So it comes from the prior studies or the prior literature review. It is established only when the null hypothesis is rejected. Thus, the relative alternative hypothesis relates to the statement to be accepted if or when the null hypothesis is rejected. So, example, there is a significant difference in the concentration level of children in kindergarten with the refractive errors using the spectacles and those not using the spectacles. So, alternative hypothesis. So, framing the hypothesis, how to frame this? A clearly stated hypothesis includes various variables to be manipulated or to be measured, identifies the population to be examined, and indicates the proposed outcome of the study. So, to be complete, hypothesis must include the three elements, that variables, population, and the study. The suggested possible event, way to express the hypothesis, suggest the possible event. For example, concentration will improve after practicing the yoga. Suggest the relation between the specific exposure and health related event. Example, high cholesterol intake is associated with the development of coronary heart disease. Suggest cause effective relations with cigarette smoking and a cause of lung cancer. There are different characteristics of the good hypothesis. It has a conceptual clarity, consists of clearly defined and understandable concept. All the definition which are used during the research and the hypothesis should be commonly acceptable and commonly communicable. Then second is empirical reference. The variables which are used is empirically related. Third, objectivity. It must be objective. It should facilitate the objectivity of the data collection. For data collection, it should be a specificity. It should be relevant to your research project enablement. It should have a testability, that is the variables interpretation, consistency. It should be very simple so that everybody can understand. Availability of the techniques. So availability of the technique, when you do the research, so what are the techniques are already available or not available? If it is not available, then you should able to make the techniques available for your research, and it should be a purpose. So characteristic. So testing the hypothesis, test are procedures for making the rational decision about the reality of the effect, and it is a four-step procedures that involves stating the hypothesis with null hypothesis or alternative, setting the criteria for the decision, collecting the data, testing the null hypothesis through appropriate statistical tests. There are certain negative findings. Even if hypotheses are not confirmed, they have used. Negative findings are the important as the positive one. It acts as a guiding factor for future research in that particular case. Hypothesis cannot be proved or disproved, but only supported or it can be non-supported. To conclude this, hypothesis testing is a form of statistical inference that uses the data from a sample to draw certain conclusion about the population parameters or population probability distribution. First, a tentative assumption is made about the parameter and the distribution. This assumption is called a null hypothesis. It is denoted by H0. An alternative hypothesis denoted as HA, which is the opposite of what is stated in null hypothesis, is then defined. The hypothesis testing procedure involves using sample data to determine whether or not H0 can be rejected. If H0 is rejected, the statistical conclusion is that alternative hypothesis is HA is true. So thank you for the questions. Thank you very much again for giving me the opportunity on this podium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative talk. Now I will invite Dr. Avinash Turankar, sir, for his talk on use of MS Excel. To Avinash Turankar, sir, please.
That was a wonderful talk, sir. We are running, in fact, short of schedule.
All right,
So-
shall I begin, sir?
Yes, sir. Please, please.
All right, I'll be hurriedly going through this topic. It's a very important topic, basics of MS Excel, and this is a kind of a software that almost everybody is having in their laptops. It is a very versatile and powerful software, and it is required for doing any statistical manipulations, even if you have the statistics software. And many of the things can be done by MS Excel. I will be going hurriedly through this particular presentation. So the overview of my presentation is that it is this particular software, as I said, is versatile. Many of the statistics software require data entry through Excel format. And nowadays, when we do these Google form interventions or survey analysis, it will give the output in terms of MS Excel. So understanding this MS Excel is very, very important. It can do many basic operations like addition, subtraction, deletion, and like that, multiplication and division. It can also do higher interventions like statistical and logical operations. We'll be talking about that. So the entire presentation will be on this: how to enter data in MS Excel, how to freeze panes, which is an important action in using the MS Excel, how to do basic mathematical operations like calculations, counting, so on and so forth. We know that it can do, but many of the times we don't know how it does, how to do it. And the most important part that we will be talking in this presentation is using autofilter, which is a very, very important tool. And how to do printing. Printing poses a lot of problems with MS Excel, so that will be there, and that will be the presentation. Basic information. So whatever the Excel's main screen we see is called as a worksheet, and the horizontal thing is called as a row, and the vertical thing is called as a column. That is the basic information. And the square thing that we whenever we see, whatever we see is called as a cell. And when we select it, it will give the address. Say, for example, in this particular example, P4, it is the address of that particular cell. Now, the basic tenet, basic important information is how to feed data in MS Excel. The general dictum is that with each row, there should be one subject information should be there, and with each column, there should be one parameter or one kind of a variable. So what column should stand for parameters and the row should stand for the patients or subjects. By default, MS Excel that we see is in alphabetical form or text form. But in order to do operations, you have to put equal to sign. The moment you put in equal sign, it becomes numerical mode. Then it is capable of doing any mathematical operation. So, for example, how to do that thing? You go here in this particular cell, put in that equal to sign, and then go on to various cells which you want to add, subtract, or multiply. For example, in this case, you would like to add B1, B2, and B3. You put in that equal to sign, go to B1, add, and do those additions, and then at the end, put in the enter button. Once you put in the enter button, it will do the operations. It will give you the addition. Here in this case, it will give you that summation of all these figures over here. Likewise, it can do the subtraction, multiplication, division. The point that I want to make over is putting that equal to sign is very important for putting this Excel in the numerical mode. Then once you put into equal sign, then the moment you move the cursor, it will go to that particular cell and set it. So that is the basic thing. All right, this is another example. You go here, in case you want, in this particular example, the information is given like age, gender, height, weight. Here, in case you want to calculate the body mass index, you go here, put in that equal to sign, choose this particular height, and then do the operations that you want to. Okay, and we'll now look into how to use various formulas in case of MS Excel. The same example that I'm continuing with. Here you want to do the body mass index, put in that equal to sign, and then go to that weight thing, and then it divided by the height in meters. and once again redivide so that you get a square and then put in enter. It will calculate the body mass index for you. So the sequence that it follows in a complicated formula is body mass, bracket, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. That's the sequence it follows. Now, once you do any kind of a formula, the calculations you do, then you can carry it for other rows as well. Here in this case, there is a list of patients that you have. You calculated the body mass index over here. Now you want to apply the same formula for all the patients. What do? You go there and you see this plus sign there. Okay, put it there. Put a cursor there. Hold it and drag it downwards. It will apply the formula for all the rows. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Please
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, so you can drag it so it can do this particular operation in no time. All right. Then another important thing to learn as far as the MS Excel is concerned, functions of descriptive statistics. Many times we require to find out the averages, find out the mean, mode, median, so on and so forth. So that is a requirement. And in case you don't have the statistical software, MS Excel will do for you. So what do you do in this particular case? Go to a cell where you want to know that calculations and then insert this function. As you can see on the screen, function is formula there, go insert function, and then it will give you a lot of options. What you want to do, if you want to do find out the average, the mean, the standard deviation, whatever you want to choose that, and then select the cells that you want to do the operation for and put in the enter button. It will give you that value. As you can see that on the screen on the right side, I've done this thing. This basic data was entered over here and it has calculated the mean, median, mode for me with the function formula, a function of the MS Excel. All right, so this is for finding out the descriptive statistics. Another important thing, in order to have the control of MS Excel, one simple operation will help you a lot: locking and freezing the panes. In case you have a huge data, you might have information about hundreds of subjects and patients. What happens then? You move the cursor over and here and there, and then you lose the track. You don't know whether it is height, this is weight, or blood pressure, or whatever. You don't know. The titles are lost and the name of the patients are lost. In order to have the control, this is a simple operation that is called as freezing and locking the panes. How do you do it? Say, for example, here is the sheet that you can see. I've gone to this particular place where I want to lock the screen. Then I will go to this particular option called as a view, and there is something called as a freeze panes. The moment you apply this, it will lock this particular worksheet over here. Now what will happen? The titles of the entire worksheet will be stable. It will not move. Even if you move to the right or upward, downwards, the title will remain fixed, so that you have a complete control. You can see what this figure is belonging to, whether it is a height, weight, or whatever. All right, so this is very important and simple, but it can help you a lot and it can save a lot of headache. All right, so this is how it looks like. Go to the freeze panes, and you will see that there is a solid line over there on this particular screen. So you know where this particular screen is blocked. So that's a very helpful idea. The most important function that we'll be talking about today is a filtering the data. It's a very quick and easy way to find out and work with a subset of data and a range of cells. It focuses on the specific information from the whole of the data. How does it do? So there are two kinds of filters that are available with MS.
He's freezed, it seems. His frame is freezed. Internet problem, I suppose.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Please go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Sorry for the interruption. How do you go about this filter thing? You go to this data thing and you can see that filter button. Click on that button, and the moment you click on that button, you will see these downward arrows. which means that the filter is on. Now, there are options like you can go for the number filter or the text filter. As you can see, I have done the calculations for body mass index. I'll go over here and select on that, put my cursor on that downward arrow. It will show these options. It can do sorting for me, the from smallest to largest and vice versa, and it will show this data as well, all this thing. And there is something called as a number filter, as you can see on the screen. Number filter is there. Now, moment I go over here, I can choose what kind of filter. I want the numbers equal to, does not equal to, greater than, or equal to, between, top 10, whatever. So whatever intervention that I want to play with that particular data, I can choose that thing. Say, for example, I would like to sort it from upward downwards, so on and so forth. Maybe I want to find out BMI between 25 to 30. Then I will select those, but select that option, and it will give me filter out that entire data. So that data will be there for me. And whatever the data I have selected, then I can take that data from here, do some kind of a mathematical operations, or carry this data and export it to a statistical software where I would like to do operations there. So likewise, it is a very, very helpful tool. So I hope I am clear, and this is the most important function of MS Excel, and it's very easy.
Yes, definitely.
Then, all right. So as you can see here, I applied for an example, I applied filter over here, and the moment I apply filter, it will show this kind of a structure over here. So it will show a inverted funnel, which means that the filter is applied over here. Here in this case, I applied a filter like age greater than 45. Yet it has selected those number of subjects and filtered it out. Rest are hidden. Then I can also see, as you can see on the bottom side of the screen, it is written like 67 out of 80, which means out of 80 patients data, 67 are having age more than 45. So it has taken out that data. Likewise, another interesting thing is that you can apply multiple filters. So if I applied a filter on age more than 45, then I would like to know if age more than 45 with diabetes, it will do that thing as well. It will further filter it out. And weight more than something, say for example 50. So if that is my criteria, it will select it out. So if I can apply multiple filters, it will sort out that, filter out that particular data. As you can see here as well, it has selected out 13 patients out of 80. So now that is the limited data there with me. So there can be a requirement. You want to know the information, put that particular numbers or counts in making a table. So it will help me out in that particular thing, or I can filter out that data and then further analyze in a statistical software. So this is a very, very important tool. Like there is a number filter, there is also a text filter as well. You go over here into the filter thing, go to the data, and you will see the filter, and go to the data where the text information is there, select out over here, and you will have this textual data. Now you can take out information, text data containing this, beginning with this, ending with this, whatever. So whatever you want to. This is particularly useful if in case you are having a huge data, and say for example you are having thousands of information about patients, and you don't know something like the patient's name Devendra was there, or DEV, something sounding like Devendra, and then you are not aware who that patient was. So you can put in the word DEV, and it will take out all those names with having that spelling DEV. So it will help you out filter the huge data. So that's a very important tool. Okay, so you can filter out at multiple levels. That was what we talked about. As it can do the filter thing, this is the most important function of the MS Excel. Now it can MS Excel can also make various charts and table for you. Here, how can you do it? So go to whatever you select the data you want to chart out, and then go to the function called as the insert function and choose a chart option. It will give you by default some recommended charts. It will give through its own intelligence. It will show a kind of a chart. If you are okay with that, then you choose that particular chart, or in case you are not okay, you can have your options as well and then do that thing. So it will do this thing for you. It can help you make tables as well as charts. There's something called as a pivot table as well. So in case you are having a huge data and you want to tabulate in different forms, say for example, in this particular data that we are taking an example of, where you are having multiple information like age is there, sex is there, diabetes is there, multiple conditions are there, weight is there, body mass index. I want to tabulate in some kind of format. So then what do? I select this particular pivot table thing, insert pivot table, it will go to, it will show me different types of tables, what parameters I want in that particular table, and it will then analyze the information for me. It can do the averages, it can do the countings and so on and so forth. So important function pivot table is that it is bit complicated. If you are not okay and comfortable with this kind of an option, then you can go to filter option. It will always help you. Pivot table is a shortcut, whereas auto filter will take some time, but it will give definitely the same information as this particular option is giving. Then the last portion that I will be talking about, how to print. Printing in MS Excel is a tedious task. It will give a lot of headache. How do we do it simply? You have a data in front of you and you want to print it. What do? You go to a view option and there is something called as a page break view option. Then that will give some kind of a dotted buttons like blue buttons like this. It will talk about, it will show the area that it will be printing. You can drag that particular line to the area where you want to print or don't print or multiple pages and so on and so forth. You can set those lines as per your requirement. Then go to the page print view. It will, once you go there, then you can then further manipulate here. You can increase the area of printing, the percentage of printing. You can change the header, footer, margins and everything over here. Then you have the control on that printing thing. So it's a very easy thing. This is very important that I'm discussing, because if you do all the operations here and then if you're not able to print out, then it can pose a lot of problems. So there is no point of doing all the operations and if you cannot discuss it. All right. With this print preview, with this printing thing, you can make a PDF here at itself and then share it with people and discuss with them. So that's a
I think there is internet problem at this end.
I think sir has done with the topic.
Yeah.
the printing the MS Excel. So that's all from my side, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Joshi sir, and the Maharashtra Ophthalmology Society for giving me this opportunity and forum to talk with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was a wonderful talk indeed. So now I will request Dr. Mayuresh Kiran, sir, and he will be talking on importance of case reports. Over to you, sir. Dr. Mayuresh, sir.
Yes. Are there any questions on the chat box?
Not yet,
No,
sir.
sir. No, sir.
Okay. Any queries from postgraduates? Everything is clear, no?
We will be happy to have questions, sir, in case there are some queries or questions.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure. At the end, we can have some question answer session during discussion of the
Sure.
session.
So good morning. My topic of discussion today is importance of case reports. I am Dr. Mayuresh Kiran. So when I was given this topic for discussion for today, I first thought that if there is any delay, if we lag behind in time for the agenda, I can make up with my talk, because I would not consume the entire 15 minutes which has been given to me. But as I started studying more and more on this topic, I found out that there is a lot which can be discussed as far as the purview of today's discussion is concerned. So before actually going to the importance of case reports, let us see what is the definition of case report. Case report is a detailed narrative that usually illustrates a diagnostic or a therapeutic experience by one or several patients. As far as the evidence-based pyramid, medicine pyramid goes, it is the second last line of evidence. It is one of the most commonly published papers and accounts for the growing number of articles for any medical journal. And since the CARE guidelines have been published in 2013, which gives a detailed report of how to write a case report, there has been an increase in the number of case reports, and the quality has also gotten better. Now, this is the evidence-based pyramid. I'm sure we must have seen this lot. So to the top of the pyramid, we have meta-analysis and clinical practice guidelines, and bottom is the expert opinions. And as we can see, case reports is just one above the bottom, that is experience opinions, and then we have case reports and case studies. That is what is the topic which I'm going to discuss today. So now you may wonder that if this is the second last line in the evidence-based pyramid, what is the importance of having case reports? So if I have to enumerate the importance of case reports, there are these 9 points which I can come up with. First, that it is easy to write. Second, that it is easy to publish. Third, there is no protocol, no regulation, and no ethical committee approvals which are required. Fourth, it is retrospective, so there is no planning which is required. It is non-expensive. It is interesting to read because it goes along with your clinical practice. There is a hypothesis generation, which can be because of a case report, which may serve as an evidence for future clinical studies. You can also have sometimes unexplored or offbeat efficacies in a clinical in a report, and safety issues can be studied on a very minor level with these case reports. So now coming to one by one, the importances of case reports. The first one, that it is easy to write. We all know case reports are just like case presentations, which we have been presenting since our second MBBS and first MBBS days. They are non-complicated. There is no complicated statistics which is involved. In your student days, whenever you write a case report, always there is a dearth or a shortfall of references, because many of the references which you may have to quote in your paper may be paid articles. So for a case report, the number of references which are required are less. So not many references, so you don't need to purchase a lot of references. There is no set structure. Of course, there is a guideline now which is present for case reports, but it is not hard and fast to follow the guidelines to the T. You may skip a few points from that guidelines and still have a good manuscript which is there for the case report. Coming to the second point, that is ease of publication. Yes, of course, case reports are also peer reviewed, but because the amount of references and the plagiarism which is involved may be lesser, it is easier and faster for for a case report to get published. Of course, you have a dedicated section in a journal which is for case reports, and of course there are some journals which are dedicated only for case reports, like Journal of Medical Case Reports, BMJ Case Reports, American Journal of Case Reports, as well as the SAGE, as well as Doe Press Case Report journals. These are the journals which are completely dedicated for case reports only. Very importantly, there is no requirement of any documentation, whether it is with regards to protocol or following of regulations. There is no ethical committee approval which is required. There is no maintenance of these documentation for a period which has been stipulated by regulations, and there is no archival which is required for these documents, which is true for any randomized control trial. Very importantly, it is retrospective. There is no planning which is required. So you may just get a case, you may follow up the case, and tomorrow you may decide that, yes, this is a good case. I would like to publish this case as a case report. If you want to go back in time and find that if there are any similar experiences which has been there in my particular hospital, you can always visit the MRD department. You can see, you can trace similar cases which have happened in the past, either with you or with your colleagues. You may feel that, 3 years back, I have seen similar kind of a case, but you don't remember the details of that particular case at this point of time. So you can go back to the MRD department, you can trace that particular case, and then, you can use that particular case also in your case report. It is very important to detect rare diseases, and rare diseases not very often come or not very often studied in randomized controlled trials because it is very difficult to find them. So for such kind of rare diseases and therapies of these rare diseases, case reports could be an important tool as far as the evidence-based medicine is concerned. And very importantly, once you decide that you want to publish this particular case as a case report, the speed to generate the manuscript is also very, very less. For a randomized controlled trial, you may require 2 months, 3 months, for writing the report based on, how much you are occupied. But for a case report, maybe in a week's time, you should be ready with a case report. It is non-expensive. Of course, randomized controlled trials, a lot of cost is involved to conduct them. Patient honorarium is not required. Compensation in case of injury and death, which comes with randomized controlled trials, is also not there. There is no need of insurance. There is no need of, purchasing a placebo or a control drug as far as a case report is concerned. It is interesting to read. It is short. It is clinically relevant. It goes along with your practice. A randomized control trials sometimes runs into number of pages, which may be, taxing to read sometimes. You may also have some similar kind of experiences. So it becomes, a topic of interest for you to read case reports. And yes, of course, there are no complicated tables, graphs, and figures. So again, this generates interest as far as, the case reports are concerned. Now, hypothesis generation for future clinical studies, you can, plan cohort studies, case control studies, and randomized control trials based on, the number of case reports for that particular disease and that particular therapy, which basically serves as an hypothesis. We have already studied hypothesis, I think, in the previous talk. Unexplored and offbeat efficacies. Many a times a drug is intended to be used for some condition, and then over a period of time, it develops another, indication for its use. You can trace it back to the history. Aspirin, of course, as you know, pain, inflammation, and fever was the initial indication or the original indication. But over a period of time, now nobody uses it for pain, inflammation, and fever, or it is rarely used for this particular condition. But today it is very commonly used as an antiplatelet agent. So to as late as or as recent as topiramate, which was used classically for epilepsy, now it is being used for obesity as well. So these new indications trace somewhere, the evidence goes back to case reports. So they start their journey with case reports, and then of course randomized controlled trials are conducted for the new indication, and then finally they get an approval. And safety issues are also studied on minor scale. Very recently, if I have to talk about in February 2023, the Drug Controller General of India has given 3 safety concerns with these 3 medicines. One is paracetamol, fixed drug eruptions. Losartan can cause muscle spasms, and albendazole, which can cause diarrhea. So again, these particular safety issues have come up, through case reports. And over a period of time, as the evidence got collected, the regulatory authority had to, issue safety alerts for these 3 medicines. Similarly, there are many ophthalmological examples as well. Now, very importantly, how do you select a case for a case report? I'll give you an example. Everybody of us uses PG analogs for treating glaucoma. Now, when we use PG analogs for treating glaucoma, hyperemia is one of the major side effects which is seen with PG analogs, be it latanoprost or be it bimatoprost or be it travoprost. So do you include your patient of hyperemia with PG analogs for a case report? No, the answer is no, because this has been well documented in randomized controlled trials. Why do you need a case report for this particular case? It has been well documented in randomized controlled trials. So whenever you want to select a case for a case report, the first and the foremost the first and the foremost thing which you look for is that the case should be uncommon. It should be unique. So these are a few examples of uncommon or unique cases which you can select for a case report. The first thing can be, there is an unexpected occurrence. I'll give you examples when I, finish the slide. You can have unexpected occurrences. You can have unexpected outcomes. You can have unexpected associations. You can have glorified and anecdotal data with these case reports. And this basically makes it a unique case. So what I did was to find out examples. I just referred to 2 editions of JCOR, the last 2 editions of JCOR, and I could find out, I could get examples for articles at each, for each of the uncommon cases which you can get in a case report. So I have made a list in the morning while I was, coming to this location.
Yeah, that is great.
Yeah. So unexpected occurrence, I could find an article in the very recent, edition of JCOR, which was netarsudil associated with reversible honeycomb pattern corneal epithelial edema. Second was unexpected outcome. I could find it last but one edition of JCOR SIR's article, delayed complete opacification of intraocular lenses. Unexpected association. The recent edition of JCOR publishes a case report of COVID-19 disease presenting as orbital cellulitis. So this is an association of COVID-19 with orbital cellulitis. And of course, glorified and anecdotal data. I could find 2 articles, management of intrastromal foreign bodies and optic nerve calcification in young and far syndrome. These were the 2, examples which I could find out for these, case reports and these, examples for these unique cases in a case report. Now, as I was talking about the guidelines for case report, very important. The CARE guidelines gives 13 points which you should keep in mind whenever you write a case report. So you should start with title. You should have keywords. Sir has already in his presentation yesterday has, has presented these in detail. So I will not go into the details of it. There should be an abstract which should be crisp and lucid. You should have an introduction. Introduction should not run into pages. For a case report, as opposed to a randomized control trial. Randomized control trial, there are 4 or 5 paragraphs which are there for the introduction itself, but here 1 or maybe 2 paragraphs should suffice. Then there should be patient information, right from demographic information. Of course, you have to maintain the confidentiality, the symptoms. Then you go to the clinical findings. Then entire timelines have to be described in detail, what happened when. Then you have the diagnostic assessment. You have therapeutic interventions, what all things came up, what follow-ups and outcomes were seen, what was the discussion, similar kind of articles or similar kind of, hypothesis, whether it has been put forth in any of the papers, patient's perspective, and sometimes you may require an informed consent. So informed consent is a dicey issue. It may be required, may not be required as far as the guidelines are concerned. Now, whenever we talk about the importances, we should also know what are the disadvantages of case reports. Cases may not be generalizable. So whatever you see in a case report, you cannot generalize it. It does not work for the population in general. So cases may have other explanations. So the occurrence has occurred, but there may be another explanation. For that, you may require a randomized control trial to basically see. They may be bizarre. They may be misleading sometimes. You cannot study the cause-effect relationship with a case report. Cause-effect relationship, if you have to study, you have to conduct cohort studies and case control studies, the epidemiological studies, okay? And of course, you cannot also assess the disease frequency, because here a case report is more or less always a rare scenario, and that is why you cannot actually assess the disease frequency with a case report. Now, to summarize my, presentation so far, if I have, or if my talk has stimulated your GABA receptors for the last, 10, 15 minutes, just one slide, I would, summarize my entire presentation. If I have to talk about case reports rank low on the evidence-based medicines pyramid. Whenever you have to write a case report, it is easy to write and it is interesting to read. It is economical, not only to conduct or to, to write, but it is also economical to publish. Yesterday, I was listening to Rajesh Joshi sir's presentation. There are absolutely no publication charges for JCOR. So there is no conduct which is required as far as a randomized control trial is concerned, and it is free of cost if you go to the JCOR journal. Okay, outcomes could be different. It could be a safety, it could be an efficacy oriented, it could be a diagnostic, it could be a therapeutic, whatever it could be, the outcomes of this particular case report could be different, and you should keep that in mind. Selection of case is very, very important. As I have said, the case which you select for a case report should always and always be unique. Care guidelines, 13 points which I have presented, which you should keep in mind whenever you write a case report. If you do not follow all, at least you should follow most of these 13 points. And last but not the least, you should keep the shortcomings and disadvantages in mind whenever you write a case report. So with this, I will leave you with two thoughts. Yesterday, I was listening to one of the presentations and this particular line came up, that a good story needs a good storyteller. And a case report is just like a story. Okay, so when you have a good case report, you need a good storyteller to tell that case report. And of course, whenever we start our journey in publishing articles, case reports is one of the good begins. Because when you are residents, when you want to start, writing report, manuscripts, case report can serve as a good, first step for writing a manuscript. So with this, I would like to thank Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society as well as the JCOR journal for giving me the opportunity to take and discuss this particular topic of importances in case report. If there are any questions, I would happy to take.
Not question. I am Dr. Natarajan.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I only want a comment. I think thalidomide was banned starting with just a 2 case reports.
2 case reports.
And then after that, they found various practitioners all over the world started publishing. Then they found out thalidomide has got a bad effect. And
yes.
now thalidomide is coming back with
as an anti-cancer drug. So exactly. In one of my
same thing, I have a friend. I don't want to name him. He
right.
worked with Actrac and then found a drug for retinoblastoma.
Right.
And he says that helps in growing hair. I don't know how anti-cancer drugs, actually hair fall is there. So I don't know. I think unfortunately, even in IJO, they have removed the case reports and made a separate journal.
Yeah, they have separate
even AJO has done
right.
that. The reason is they say their impact factor is affected. Somehow, as an editor, I don't know why you have to worry only about impact factor.
Right.
But unfortunately, even I introduced the impact factor for Indian Journal of Ophthalmology. Otherwise, no Indian journal in ophthalmology had impact factor at all. Now, only a journal in ophthalmology is IJO.
Right.
And I was editor 2011 to 17. But I think as an editor, it's fine when you go to the various international media. But now you go to this Lancet, I think you have 30 impact factor. And then we have that JAMA, which is something like 8.34. So I think those sort of journals are there, which we are publishing now. But I mean, as a student, you can still, that Will's Eye manual, yesterday I forgot to tell, the residents made that Will's Eye manual.
Right.
Then it's become like a standard book for even practitioners. And I think a resident can make a difference. That's what I wanted to tell them yesterday. I forgot. Just because they are a resident or a first year, yesterday, the tall guy was there, he said first year. So it doesn't matter whether you are first year. And I presented 2 girls whom I was mentoring. One of them is only 14 years old, and she's got so many publications. And now I met another girl in Malaysia. She's working in US. She presented on glaucoma she's in the 11th grade. But only thing the mentor was a professor like me.
Right.
So I think that's why I have Professor Kavita Panda, madam. We want your students to work with us and publish in ophthalmology. And JCOR is a good platform for that. It's also a peer-reviewed journal. Not that just like that you can publish. We have there are rejection also. And I think you're only talking about it. I think who's talking rejection? You're talking.
Yeah, I'm talking.
So you're going to talk rejection. So
Right.
the rejection does not mean. We have. He said he's practicing family medicine, and people should publish. In US they do it, but in India we are not doing. But unfortunately, there's a DNB in family medicine also now.
Right.
Yeah, I think that was a wonderful talk
Thank
and
you.
you made my job easy.
Yeah.
Even if 10 residents or 10 practitioners, they see your talk,
Hmm.
that job is done.
Yeah.
That is
My
what is the,
suggestion is only his like this interesting talk as a editor of JCOR, you put it as a one link.
yes.
No, one what do you call that?
I can
What
put
is-
a link.
no, what is that called?
the journal itself.
Code. No, what is that called? QR code.
code.
You put a QR code in every time. Like yesterday, they Dr. Mandar Paranjapalli said, put a synopsis.
Hmm.
Put a
What is
synopsis,
that? What is old and what is new? Here, you can write a quote of your whatever you can call it of the
I
editor.
think whole thing, whole
No, quote
procedure
of the
can
month.
go on to JCOR.
No, whole thing will go. But what I'm telling,
Hello.
that's another thing. You can convert every talk into a JCR article.
Right.
That is one thing. But you have a QR code for only this talk.
Right.
And you write quote of the month. And you quote this, I don't know how many talks are there. I think 70 talks. How many are there?
Yeah, around, I suppose 15 to 17 talks.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So you make it the 2 years you have, and it's a monthly, no?
No, quarterly.
Quarterly. No problem. Then you got at least you got one talk, no, so that the mainly for postgraduates you write, no. Later professors also read.
Right.
So what
That
I'm
should be
saying,
right.
suggesting make something new, we'll put their photograph so that like IJO was doing that, but it's too much now. They're putting so many authors, it's like a magazine. But you can put one speaker like this, as you correctly said.
Yeah.
This is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Right.
And
We will try to
somehow,
do that.
even
Yes.
all over, even in our thing, case report means they put it as poster. They don't even allow you to make it as a presentation nowadays. The scientific committee was given a guidance like that, which I accepted when I was the chairman, but now they are not accepting. They are
not
making it as
accepting.
poster, but even then it's worth it. Because poster also has prizes.
Right.
All over the world. We have best poster, we have prizes.
Right.
Yeah, I think we will go to next talk.
Yes.
Dr. Radhika,
She's online, she told me.
Yes, sir. I
Dr.
would now
Radhika?
like.
Yeah,
would
good
like-
morning. Good morning,
Good morning.
everyone.
You can hear us?
Oh, yes, I can hear you all.
Dr. Maharish, you have any questions for Dr. Bishwas? You have any question for Dr. Maharish? Dr. Radhika? Dr. Maharish is also a co-organizer along with us.
Yeah,
for this-
actually what happens that the AIDS which has become a pandemic and which started with a case report and mortality morbidity weekly. 5 homosexual people have Kaposi sarcoma, and that resulted in that outbreak, and people came to know that this is a new disease has come. So it's a case report is quite important, and we can start with the case report and which can make a big difference. So don't underestimate case report. That's my message.
Yes. And Dr. Bishwas has published the maximum number of peer-reviewed articles in India. Maybe he's surpassed his teacher, Professor Amod Gupta. And plus, he's an authority on ocular tuberculosis and uveitis in the world. Thank you, JB. And also
Thank you.
Eels disease. And
Thank you.
JB was my senior in Shankarnetralaya, and he continues to be my senior. And we both have one common thing, we follow Ramakrishna. Dr. Radhika, you have any questions? Maharish cannot go without a question. You have a question, then only we'll allow you to present.
No, actually, I'm just taking one line from one of his slides where he says, every story needs a good storyteller, because I'm going to be quoting him in my talk.
And I want to quote JB. JB did his second paper, I think, on his, he told that he was very much upset with, I think the paper was rejected. His wife is my best friend, Dr. Shubhra, she's a physician. And he helped him to make the second paper, I think. First paper
Yeah.
he did in PGI Chandigarh, where he
Yes.
gives a talk, how he started his career in publishing. He has crossed more than 400. And I think the best impact journals.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, you are an inspiration for many. We have,
Yeah.
you can see all the people sitting here are professors, but
Mm.
actually they are professors, but they are looking like students, no? Dr. Charuta, Dr. Kavita
Yeah.
Pandey, then Professor Rajesh Joshi, all are professors, but they are professors, but they look like students.
No, all of us are learning.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Radhika. And Rajesh, you will introduce Dr. Radhika? It is there. Okay, Dr. Siddharth is doing. Dr. Siddharth, can you introduce Dr. Radhika?
have a slide.
There is a slide, I believe.
Yeah. There
Dr.
is a slide.
Siddharth, can you unmute? Yeah. You have the slide?
No, sir, I don't have Radhika ma'am's slide.
You have?
on WhatsApp.
Rajesh,
Yeah.
you read it, no?
Yeah, yeah. Sure.
Okay, Dr. Rajesh will read it.
She's trained anesthesiologist with keen interest in ophthalmology and research for 17 years. As a CEO of Aditya Jyot Foundation, she has led several outreach programs in rural and urban slums and tribal areas to provide quality eye care for underprivileged. Led a team in successfully completing Aditya Jyot Diabetic Retinopathy Urban Mumbai Slum Study, Phase 1 and Phase 2, funded by World Diabetes Foundation and Tata Trust. Worked with Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai for screening diabetes for retinopathy using a smartphone-based fundus camera, incorporating an offline AI system. I think yesterday Dr. Natarajan told about this. He's a co-investigator in multicentric study by Medical Research Council UK, Smart India, a multi-center statistics and economical modeling of risk-based stratified and personalized screening for complications of diabetes in India. She has received many awards and currently pursuing MSc Public Health from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. With this, I present to you Dr. Radhika Krishnan.
The Maharashtra
She was,
Society has awarded award for the community ophthalmologist,
yeah,
for a
and
non-ophthalmologist.
I think I used to get call from her when she was, I think, assistant editor or helping you out during your editorship.
Editorial coordinator. That's
Yeah.
right, Dr. Rajesh. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society for giving me this opportunity to talk. Dr. Rajesh and the other office bearers of MOS, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would also like to thank Dr. Natarajan, who has always pushed me out of my comfort zone. And I'm grateful to him for whatever I have achieved and continue to do so. I would also like to thank Center Pharmaceuticals. So with that, my talk is, I'll try, I know we are running short of time. My talk is just going to focus on why everyone needs to understand statistics. It is not a criticism of biostatistics, but I think talking about myself and I think most people that I interact with, usually we are afraid of statistics. And when we are looking to analyze the paper, that is one part that we take for granted. So my talk would focus on the examples of the misuse of statistics, which is not necessarily intentional. It can happen because of a lack of knowledge of statistics, how these statistics can be misleading, how to identify misuse of statistics, and to summarize what we can do. What do we want from a research article? Usually we, use PubMed, Google search, etc. to whenever we are in doubt, when we think of a new medication, treatment, new device, it could be anything from a vitamin to also, cancer treatment, staging of cancer. It can be anything, but that's when we usually look up articles, or we are writing a thesis, a paper, we want to do a lit review and we want to take articles which are somewhat suitable for what we are looking for. Biostatistics plays a very key role in analyzing associations within the data. And the type of the statistical analysis that is used depends on a number of factors, which earlier speakers have already spoken on. And interpretation of results is something which can, vary, which can depend on how you look at the data. What do we do when we usually read a paper? Yesterday, Dr. Sabjachi spoke about how you do a PubMed search. Usually you do a TIAB, you look at the title, you look at the abstract. You think it's relevant for you, you download it, keep it so that you can use it in your own practice or your paper. We look at the results, we look at the conclusions that have been drawn by the authors. But how many of us actually focus on the methodology and the statistics that have gone into drawing those conclusions, looked at the numbers that play a role and how the authors have interpreted those conclusions. This also doesn't need to be only scientific literature. We are all bombarded by articles which appear in the media, in the newspaper, which unconsciously affects us in our day-to-day decision making. And my interest towards this was peaked during COVID because there was a variety of statistics which used to appear during COVID, and some of them were very conflicting. It was very difficult to draw proper conclusions. Some of them would say, we've all heard about vaccination, the pitfalls of vaccination, how do vaccinated versus unvaccinated individuals fare. So a lot of this got me to look at this in a little more detail. I am no great shakes. I'm following people who have already spoken a lot about statistics, and hats off to them for what they do. But this quote is attributed to Bertrand Russell, who said that mathematics is a science which does not know what it is talking about and does not know whether what it is saying is correct. So this highlights what the interpretation is the key. And every mathematical statement is conditional. We have to make sure.
Dr. Radhika, can you make your slide full screen? Because your second slide also is seen as a next slide in small.
Okay, 1 second.
It's too small to read. Sorry for interrupting. And you have internationally people are watching. They are sending me messages. They are very happy. So I've given them, some of them, link now to join in the Zoom. You have to go to full screen, no?
Yeah, 1 second.
Is it PPT or is in Keynote?
No, it's in PPT. Is it
Okay.
better now? 1 second.
And now you have to go down and press that. Now it's better. Yes.
It's better?
Very good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the other thing, a quote which is attributed to Mark Twain. And again, these are quotes that I have picked up because just to highlight that statistics can be used at the will of the author to denote whatever they want. So Mark Twain is said to have said that there are 3 kinds of lies: ordinary lies, big damn lies, and statistics. Some of the examples of the misuse of statistics in studies that I would like to show here, some of them are not medical, which I've picked up from other publications. This is a classic example. This shows a graph of the number of gun deaths in Florida. We all know that the US is very famous for people shooting high schools, and malls and everywhere. So as you can see, there was a law enacted in 2005 where it said stand your ground law, where people were allowed to use guns for self-defense. Now, to me, the graph shows that after 2005, there was a drastic drop in the use of or in the deaths due to guns, and then it stabilizes at something around 721. But if you look at the y-axis, you can see that normally we are used to seeing the y-axis start from 0. Here you observe that the y-axis is in fact starting from the y0 is on the top. So what we see is actually a sudden increase in the number of gun deaths after the law was enacted. Now, this is another example of COVID data being misrepresented. In the US, there was always these fights about masking versus unmasking. You can see a graph where in Kansas, they show counties which have the mask mandate versus the county which has the no mask mandate. The orange depicts the county which has the mask mandate. You will see a sudden drop in the number of cases, whereas the no mask mandate cases continue to remain more or less on a steady plane. And once again, you look at the observation, you will see there are 2 vertical y-axis, one for the orange and one for the blue. We normally, when we see graphs like this, you will think, oh, what does it show you? It shows that when you mask up, the number of cases is, drastically declining. Now, this was taken up by a statistician who went on to show that actually speaking, when you put them on the single y-axis, though there was a decrease in the number of cases in the mask counties, the ones in the non-mask counties did not fare badly at all. And there could be other confounding variables which need to be taken in consideration. Example, the population density, the age of the people living in each county, etc. Another example was in 1997, when the American Cancer Society published cancer statistics. It listed higher education as being associated with higher incidence of CA breast. This was, of course, later revoked. I'll come back to this later. The WHO Mental Health Program 2015 put out this statistic. Approximately 8 lakh persons die from suicide globally each year, one death every 40 seconds. 60 countries had less than one psychiatrist per 100,000 population in 2014. Now, how do you think these two are related? Does it mean that if you have more number of psychiatrists, then the number of suicides is going to decrease? How statistics can be misleading? Now, this picture is courtesy DataPine. There are a number of ways in which intentionally or non-intentionally, most of the time it's non-intentional because of a lack of deep understanding of statistics. This could, there can be a misuse of statistics either by misleading data visualization, which I have shown you examples of. There are other ways like data phishing, faulty correlations, polling, Simpson's paradox, strategically picking up the time period, truncating an axis, which again I have shown you, percentage change in combination with sample size, and a purposeful and selective bias. Of course, this purposeful and selective bias is a completely intentional thing on part of the authors to depict something which they want to show. So this faulty polling examples we see almost every day, either in politics where you see one being compared to the other. Now you take 10 people, you ask them a question. Does that mean that their answers are, the percentage that you get out of it, they say 50% of people or 60% of people, because they would have just interviewed 10 people. But does it literally mean that it is representative of the entire population? No, not really. Flawed correlations, this can again happen as we looked at the slide on breast cancer and education. Now, definitely in that period, the women who were more educated obviously came in for more cancer screening compared to, because they were more knowledgeable and they were probably picking up these symptoms earlier compared to the women who were not. So that comes up when you do the study, but then you have to make sure that you analyze why this correlation is and give it the necessary explanation instead of giving that as a correlation of the disease. Data phishing. Data phishing happens usually when you purposefully go, it's like data mining. You go and look for associations. You look at large varieties of data, amounts of data. You come up with associations. This is not wrong, but it is important that you follow this up with a hypothesis and test it through to make sure that the association that you have noticed really has scientific value. I have already shown you examples of the data visualization. This is usually called the shock effect. And a strategic time period. This again happened during COVID. You would see one country, you would say this country is performing much better as compared to X is doing better as compared to Y. But are we looking at the same time period? This was either used to either create panic or misrepresent facts. Now, Simpson's paradox, this is defined as a statistic phenomenon where an association between two variables in a population emerges, disappears, or reverses when the population is divided into subpopulations. It took me a long while to understand this, but then these are caused by confounding variables like age, sex, etc. The classic example that is given is of admissions to a college where if you don't look at the number of applications, it was said that the college is being very biased towards the male sex, and there was a higher admission of male students as compared to the female students. But when you dive further and look at the number of applications for each stream, it was found that there are certain streams which has more number of male students applying for it. And unfortunately, that was being picked up as being biased towards the males. So unless and until you have the full data, you should not base your conclusions and not take the conclusions that are being given to you unless and until you look a little deeply into the statistics. I quickly just want to give this example. This is a very famous study. It was a randomized trial of low-dose aspirin in the primary prevention of cardiovascular disease in women, published in the New England Journal of Medicine. It claims a 9% reduction in major cardiovascular events in the aspirin group, 477 against 522, 17% reduction in the risk of stroke due to 24% reduction in the number of ischemic strokes in the aspirin group. Fantastic, looks great. 24% increase in hemorrhagic strokes and 2% increase in the myocardial infarctions in the aspirin group. But when you look at the data that they have presented, the authors have put down all the statistics, but the conclusions that they draw are very selective. I just want you to look at the last arrow, the death from any cause, where you see that finally, after all this, they have followed up the patients for 10 years. There was now no difference, statistical difference between the death in the aspirin group versus the non-aspirin group. So the actual difference in the risk between the two groups is only 0.23% over a period of 10 years. And it was also seen that there was a higher prevalence of smoking in the placebo group, which again can contribute towards this, the apparent difference that is seen between the two. So it is affecting the strength of the association. These are things that it doesn't need much knowledge of statistics if you look at the numbers and try and understand it. How do we identify the misuse of statistics? First and foremost, whose research is it? What is the basis for the author, or what is prompting the author to do the research? Is it purely scientific, or is there any other driving factor which is the research? Always look at the sample size. All the statisticians will tell you, the larger the sample size, it is always better because it is more representative of the population. So when someone gives you a result, don't go by the percentages, look at the sample size. Look for the methodology. Dr. Parikshit was talking about yesterday when he talked about the protocol writing, about how important it is to have your methodology, which has to be very sound because your paper depends upon it. Look at the methodology, see if the authors have, are they starting their study with any bias? Look at the research questions, especially in surveys. We do a lot of cross-sectional surveys. So the design of the survey should be that the questions should be open-ended, not have any leading bias to it. Look at the object language of the paper. Again, look for any biases. Study the visuals. Make sure that you're not fooled by any of the various types of graphical displays that I have just shown you. And finally, common sense is the best sense to ensure that you have the correct answer. So in summary, I would like to say data is infallible, but interpretation is not. It depends on what we want to interpret. Always evaluate using the rules of causality. Common sense is a necessary aid. Thank you so much. These are the references that I have based my talk on. Thank you.
Dr. Radhika, one question regarding that aspirin paper. So as you read that statistically, you said no difference. So what does the reader's take, or somebody wants to know about aspirin? How do you infer that paper? Finally, what is the conclusion?
So the one thing what happened was this, it is said, this is again from a publication. It was said that Bayer made a ton of money by using this paper to drive aspirin sales for women. But the conclusion is that aspirin doesn't really help as much as it is touted to. It may have some amount, but it doesn't necessarily translate into a large scale benefit for the population.
I think it's Center is also making a lot of drugs. I think this is a lesson for doctors and the pharmaceuticals.
Please, my talk was not to point fingers at anyone,
no.
For us to understand.
We are sitting in a center lab who are very, very ethical, and they are open to discussion. We are not criticizing. We are only pointing out the paper and what's happening in the world. And you can see what there are criminal cases against Pfizer for the vaccine. So what's the problem? Even against Fauci. Even again, the president of America. So what? So I
My
think we are from a freedom of expression. I think we are only telling what I think Charuta wants to comment. No, we are
my
not telling.
talk
Yeah.
was just that to create awareness that all of us should know. In fact, it has just come up in the US that even the the primary grade students should be introduced to to statistics so that they understand what statistics is all about.
Yeah,
It is a very challenging subject.
I agree. No, yesterday that's what I don't know who was the professor who said in their place everybody has to learn in the intern. Even the undergraduates have to learn statistics. I said I don't know, remember who was that. So welcome Dr. Hudson Nakamura from a place called Goliana, Brazil. So he was impressed with his workshop. Dr. Rajesh Joshi is our editor of the journal. Hudson, I want you to meet my friend Dr. Bishwas, who's online here, and Dr. Radhika. They both publish a lot. And Dr. Bishwas has published the maximum in India, almost touching 500 peer-reviewed publication. Hudson, your comments. I know it's midnight for you, and you can see the interest for learning ophthalmology. He's a professor himself. We had with this university called Fubog, Aditya Jyot residents and the Brazilian residents. We had 6 months interaction. It was 7 o'clock in the morning for them and 3:30 for us. And now he's a part of the Agrawal's Retina Academy also. Yes, JB.
Yeah.
So
Nice
Hudson,
meeting. Nice meeting you, Dr. Hudson. Professor Hudson, nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
it's my honor. It's my very honor to be here and learning with you. And I'm
very
impressed with your talks. And the last talk from Dr. Hadika, congratulations. It was very good. It's very interesting so that we can analyze and read the papers well. But how do you deal with plagiarism? Like people copying, some papers from others and publishing. They just change a bit and put a number of references. How do you cope with that?
I think there is a talk later by Dr. Natarajan on plagiarism, but
that's right.
most papers have,
no?
most journals have very strict policies on plagiarism. So, of course, if you're publishing in one of the good journals, then they make it sure that. So, I do understand it is a problem that the scientific world is facing because you do have papers that are pushed into, smaller journals which don't attract much attention.
No, Hudson, I want to quote Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein's paper on theory of relativity was published in an excellent peer-reviewed journal. But he was not given by the ophthalmologist, Dr. Alvar Gullstrand, who rejected that paper. Or rather, he could not reject because the other committee members did not understand theory of relativity, which Dr. Alvar Gullstrand tried to disprove it. And nobody could disprove it because there was a controversy. Luckily, his other paper on photoelectric theory, which was published in a very ordinary journal with the least peer review or whatever impact factor in 1905. And that was selected in 1921. And the Nobel Prize was blocked for 1921 and given in 1922. So I think whatever the paper, I think if you have a fact, if a big journal is rejected, you should present it somewhere. Just because the big journals are rejecting does not mean your paper is bad. And I think maybe it's not their geographical restriction or whatever. I mean, they may have some reason. And I'm happy, like we have paper now with Dr. Shobha Shivaprasad in Lancet, with Dr. Radhika, as well as in JAMA. And so we have several, I mean, that's another way to do. And you just wrote in the WhatsApp, we should publish together. We can club with Dr. Radhika, now is in Seva Foundation, Dr. Bishwas in Shankar Nethralaya, and Dr. Rajesh in Zero India, he's in Nagpur. So we all can collaborate and make papers. That's the best to contribute to science, I think. And plagiarism, wherever there is good, there's going to be evil. So I think we have to do more good so that the evil is gone. So Charuta wants to comment, I think. So Char is the youngest professor.
No, I think we are just running short of time, but Radhika ma'am, that was really wonderful. I think this whole conference, because everything is important to be learned right in the beginning, and in the first year of residency, because I'm still benefiting. So sir is saying if I was a resident, I would have benefited. I am still benefiting today. And the most important thing is to learn to read the fine print, because many times it guides our practice, clinical practice, when we read statistics. And the same thing has happened, as you said, about aspirin or cholesterol, or for so many drugs, or even, lifestyle interventions. So our sugar also. So learning to read the small print is so important, especially in clinical practice, so that it will guide us, and also we can guide the people otherwise we are on the wrong to give the wrong advice if we don't go through it. So this was excellent, because this topic is very rarely taken in conferences. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
One more thing I learned, Dr. Radhika, from Charuta in the morning. There was a product, I care, what is that? Somewhere here. I7 kid is there. And Charuta said it's for the myopia. Hudson, yesterday when I came to this lab here, I learned a new product called I7 kid, which is has lutein, zeaxanthin, and blueberry or whatever, and which is supposed to prevent myopia, which I don't know. And I'm going to read, I collected a lot of literature on that. So I'm going to read the small prints. And today that she asked for the product, and then in the product, she learned to read the contents. And she said that there is 3.2% of sugar and 2.2 is sucrose. So which I never would have probably missed it. And she said, I don't want to give to a child 2.2 grams of sugar in that each capsule. I think it's a great learning for me, which because as an ophthalmologist, we prescribe drugs whichever, or rather any doctor, when a representative gives, we prescribe. But I think we should read the content and see what is good for our own family, and then only give it to the rest of the family people.
But the good thing is that the creators have agreed to give me the original product, which is sugar-free, and I'm going to test it, that whether we can take in the buy-in from the parents and the children, and then they will have it because it is good for them. So maybe this will be a change.
Yes, but Natarajan.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What about the dosing? If you compare with the red study for macular degeneration, but you said this product has lutein and zeaxanthin as well?
Yeah, that's what they've written. Maybe I'll send you that literature, whatever. I think Dr. Mayuresh and Dr. Handa is here. Dr. Handa, Professor Charuta started about this I7 kid. Professor Hudson is from Brazil. He's from Goliana, near Brasilia, which is the capital of Brazil. So one of the point Dr. Charuta pointed out is, why should we give sugar to children? No. What his question is, lutein and zeaxanthin, we give a particular dose for the adults for preventing ARMD. And what is the dosage for the children? Can you take the mic, sir? Mayuresh, you will do. So Dr. Hudson is a very great academician, and I think this will be good for the company for making the product.
Exactly. So the dose of lutein and zeaxanthin, when we talk about ARMD, the ratio remains the same, that is 1:5. That is 10 and 2 milligrams is what is for ARMD. And for children, we normally say that it is given half the dose of the lutein and zeaxanthin. And that is the reason why we have put the amount of lutein and zeaxanthin in I7 gummies, which we have, I7 kit gummies, which we have at 1 milligram and 5 milligram. That is how.
What about the sugar?
The sugar, the concerns with regards to sugar are right. What we need to remember here is that the sugar which is put in the gummy is not added sugar. This is the sugar which comes in pectin, which is used as a base. Pectin comes from fruits. So that is what we use to make the gummies, and that is how the sugar comes into the gummies. Yeah.
Why we should do sugar?
Exactly. That concern still remains. So we will try to give.
Why can't we develop the children
Right.
the proper taste for protein rather than sugar?
Okay.
I know
Right.
It's
It's difficult, but we will take that challenge.
regular coffee
We
with
will.
sugar and go to black.
Yeah, we will take that challenge and we will try to develop it with zero, sugar if we can.
Yes.
That is how.
Yeah, I think we will go to next talk by Dr. Jyotirmay Biswas.
Let me share my slide.
I've been listening to Dr. JB for so many years, and it's always a pleasure to hear you talk, sir.
Yeah, just see that my slide come. Is my slide seen?
Not yet.
Share. Is it seen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. From the beginning. I'll make it full screen.
Yeah, on the right side. Yeah, fine.
Is full screen? At the
Yes,
Yes,
outset,
sir.
I'd like to thank Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society and Professor Natarajan for giving me this opportunity. Professor Natarajan is a good friend of mine. We did fellowship together. And today what I'm doing is many things, is the stimulation and friendship which I had with him, and also the leadership by Dr. S.S. Badrinath, our guru. Both of our guru was Dr. S.S. Badrinath. If I have published something, is due to him only. And I give all credit to him. He has nurtured me to become an academician. So my talk is today is why should we publish? Why should we publish? A scientific work, no matter how spectacular the findings are, is not complete until it is published. The scientist must not only do research, but also must write up the research works to communicate with others. Many of us are doing good research, but many of us are not writing. We need to know the skill of writing. So what is required? What is in it for you? What is required is an enthusiasm, persistent, strong commitment, and last but not the least, passion. What is in it for you? It's aged in history, persists forever. Today, 8 minutes presentation will be forgotten by many over the years, but a publication will remain forever, and it's the gold standard. And you, ever 20 years or 30 years after, your son or daughter will find out your contribution by doing a PubMed search. You can do the learning from the literature review, which you need to do for publication, and learning from the review process. Knowledge gets crystallized in this process. To be very frank or honest, I started with baby steps. First wrote in the house journal Netrala Insight. Dr. Chandran Abraham was the editor, and it was much tougher than American Journal of Ophthalmology, in fact, to be very frank and honest. Then in Tamil Nadu Ophthalmic Journal, I'm still learning the art of scientific writing after 501 PubMed Index publication. Netrala Insight is the journal where I started, and so all of you can begin with a small baby steps with the house journal or a journal of JCOR. You can start and then look for bigger journal. Whatever I learned over the years, I put in the thoughts in the Indian Journal of Ophthalmology in 1998, practical suggestion in the writing of a research paper. Today, what I will be talking about, that with Dr. Natarajan and myself and Sabharsachi Sengupta, publish or perish the art of scientific writing. I said publish and prosper, or publish and flourish. That would be the motto of today's. So this is the latest published. I still get that. This is not the latest, but this is one of the latest published, that multimodal imaging in the treatment of macular serpiginous choroiditis. I was seeing serpiginous choroiditis. Some of them was involving the macula only. So I was trying to collect that in a notebook, the number of the cases, and I could compile when multimodal imaging came with the changes and the findings of the multimodal imaging and treatment response in serpiginous choroiditis. It's not rosy always. You can see in the graph, total manuscripts submitted by me is 64 and 34 were not accepted. But note that 27 got published. So you don't stop trying if your article got not published. Some of the article which was not rejected, which was rejected by the IGO, was published in the Beta Journal also. So you should not lose heart by if your article is got rejected. Give a thought in it, look carefully and critically, and try to improve it. And one of the things which I wanted to tell is that if you publish, that doesn't mean that you have reached a very big milestones or you have just contributed. Don't be proud of it, because the known is finite, the unknown is infinite. And intellectually, we stand on an islet in the midst of ocean of inexplicability. Our business in every generation is to reclaim a little more land. By doing a publication, you just little more land you reclaimed from the ocean of inexplicability. The whole ocean is left. My research journey started in the long back in 1985, and I will be talking about it. I will share my humble experience. It was 1985. I joined as a consultant in finishing my vitreoretinal fellowship. I was given a research project, simple project, ocular morbidity in active systemic tuberculosis. I asked the questions: what is the ocular morbidity in active systemic tuberculosis? What are the various types of ocular tuberculosis is seen? Is disease seen in active systemic tuberculosis? With these questions, I went to the Tuberculosis Research Center, Chetpet, Madras. That time it was called Madras. And this was the van I used to go. And there we made a makeshift eye clinic. And I used to see the eye patients, not only one or two patients, 1,005 patients I studied in 1 year, which I spent over there. And I found only 14 cases has ocular tuberculosis. It was really frustrating, only 14 cases. And most common was heel focal choroiditis. I was looking for Eels disease. I did not find a single case of Eels disease in 1,005 patients. So as this young researcher, I was getting really depressed. And then this is one of the photograph I taken 36 years back. The patient had a small child, young child, 13 years old, and he had a miliary tubercle of the choroid. And I took him from the Chetpet by an auto to Shankar Netralaya, and with the photographer SP Govindarajan, picked up the miliary tubercle, single miliary tubercle of the choroid. And I did extensive manual search of the literature. Those days, internet was not there. And I found my observation was correct. And I found there's an American Journal of Ophthalmology. There is a writer by Dono who found that the incidence of ocular tuberculosis in tuberculosis patients was 1.4%, and mine was 1.39%. So what I want to do is tell the young people that believe in yourself, your research is correct, you stand by it. Then I published in the ocular morbidity in patients with active systemic tuberculosis in International Ophthalmology. I started looking, I got interested in ocular TB. I started looking for ocular TB in pathology laboratory register. And I found only 5 cases in 10-year period where the TB box was seen. I thought this is 2 less cases, but I just didn't give up. I put the 2 cases together, and the clinical pathological study of 5 cases I wrote, and this was accepted in the Retina Journal. So what I wanted to impress that the simple idea can also work well. You need to know the rocket science to have a publication. And this was one of the case of a subretinal abscess, which I had drawn. Those days, montage photography was not there, and I could make a drawing myself. And when I looked under the microscope, I found that in the subretinal space, myriads of acid fast bacilli was seen. And this was not observed by many. And this got accepted in the publication. They wanted to know that whether I can publish in colored print. And then I started looking into the Eels disease. Eels disease is a kind of a retinal vasculitis. It's very peculiar. It involves the mid-peripheral retina, and it's often bilateral, occurs in the male. And this was presumed to be due to the TB. But I asked the question, is there MTB in the vitreous fluid? Actually, Dr. Badrinath told me that, did you find the mycobacterium tuberculosis in the vitreous fluid? I got the vitreous fluid epiretinal membrane from the patient from the Eels disease undergoing vitreoretinal surgery. Dr. Natarajan was there that time. And we did smear culture and PCR. And we found, I worked with Professor Madhavan as a student in microbiology department. And we found that the 5 of the 12 cases were positive for Mycobacterium tuberculosis DNA. Culture was negative for Mycobacterium tuberculosis in all cases. And this got published in British Journal of Ophthalmology. And subsequently, we looked in the epiretinal membrane of the Eels disease patient, and we found 47.8% of the epiretinal membrane had Mycobacterium tuberculosis DNA. And this, we concluded that cell-mediated immunological reaction triggered by a sequestered Mycobacterium tuberculosis antigen is responsible for Eels disease. This was a bold conclusion, but we could make it from the sound histopathological and immunohistochemical finding. We did the histopathological and immunohistochemical and molecular biologic study of a nucleated specimen of a case of Eels disease, where we could prove the pathogenesis of Eels disease. There's the 8 of us worked on the various aspects of the disease: clinical, angiography, molecular biology, histopathology, and we could find out that there is a Mycobacterium tuberculosis DNA is seen in the tissue of the Eels disease specimen, which is a very sound proof. And we could find that there is a lymphocytes around the blood vessels in the epiretinal, in the retinal tissues. And we could find out that cells which is responsible is a CD8 positive T cells, that is T suppressor cells, indicating that immune-mediated reaction due to the Mycobacterium tuberculosis antigen is causing Eels disease. So what I did, I got through the 300 full-text articles, analyzed global data, wrote 18 pages, 18 photographs, put 6 tables, worked for a year to write a review article on Eels disease, which was published in Survey of Ophthalmology, and now it is one of the landmark paper in Eels disease, often quoted in the literature. What I wanted to impress my colleagues, that the junior colleagues, that the hard work pays, and you can make a publications if you put your effort and toil. So I didn't stop. I tried to find out what happens to a patient over the years in Eels disease. So I followed the patients for 10 to 25 years follow-up, 500 patients, 898 eyes. So I analyzed the data with the help of a research fellow, observer, Dr. Risha Jitesh, who did the major work. And with this big data, we can result in a good paper. Today, artificial intelligence is there, but we did the manually this work, 500 patients, 898 eyes. What we found is the bilateral it is 81% cases, acute stage oral steroid better prognosis, laser treatment in the proliferative stage is better prognosis, recurrences are not uncommon. 52% patient had 5 recurrences in 10 years. That's what I tell my patients of Eels disease, come every 6 months and had a fluorescent angiogram done. I started looking at the ocular lesions in AIDS in India when AIDS came in the 1990s, and we were the first people to report the first 2 cases of AIDS in India. Believe me, I see that in 3 days, I see 2 cases. And I wrote in a 1 week time. I thought that this is a very important finding, and this is a very first in its kind. And it was a first report of ocular lesions in AIDS from our country. And this was written there. So what is important is the speed does matter. If you see something new, don't sit on it and start working on it. And I did not stop it. When I started collecting the data, when 100 consecutive patients I found, I collected the data and showed to Dr. Narsingh Rao. We said, send it to American Journal of Ophthalmology. It got published. The 40% patient had 1 or more ocular lesion. This was published in the Millennium issue of American Journal of Ophthalmology. Then I continued over that one, and when I got 1,000 patients of consecutive patients of AIDS, we published in also again and found that the CMV retinitis is still the most common opportunistic infection in the eye. So keep working on your data, and you yourself learn and can share. So we used to find some of the peculiar lesion in the AIDS with the TB, and they had the ocular lesions, which was not observed by many in the world. And what we found is the various ocular lesions, starting from a small tubercle to panophthalmitis, subconjunctival nodule, subconjunctival nodule, and subretinal abscess. And about 4.8% cases had ocular tuberculosis. With this, we published the article, American Journal of Ophthalmology, Ocular Tuberculosis in Acquired Immunity Syndrome, and this was one of the important publications in this area. So epidemiology of uveitis, I had a very humble beginning. I used to keep the records in hand in the busy OPD schedule, that all uveitis cases, name, MRD number, etc., and analyzed it when they presented as a free paper in the AIOC, got the feedback and wrote the pattern of uveitis entity. And this was the first of its kind in the India, and later on several part of the country has reported. And this was done by my fellow Dr. Devashish Das. We found 465 new uveitis cases and found several important findings that anti-uveitis is the most common, followed by the positive uveitis, intermediate uveitis, and pan-uveitis. But I didn't stop. 23 years I continued that collecting the data, and 23 years after, we found the etiology changes remained more in the number of cases we could find out the etiology. 66% cases we could find out the etiology. And instead of posterior uveitis, intermediate uveitis become the second most common. And most common cause of posterior uveitis changed from toxoplasmosis to tuberculosis. Viral retinitis has emerged as a new cause of uveitis, comprising of 6.8%. So what is important, what the message I want to give, keep following your data and learn and share. I was very much interested in the parasite in the uveitis, and I've seen several parasites, and I try to use my micropathologic knowledge and to learn this parasite, which is very peculiar in our country. And I saw that intraocular Gnathostoma spinigerum, the two cases. What I did that I took it to the botany department of the Madras University and for electron microscopy. And this was a dark room, the two people who are sending the old professor, but they did help me to find out the scanning electron microscopy. And we did that, not only the clinical documentation of the cases detailed, but also did the scanning electron microscopy of the parasite, which was done second time in the world of the Gnathostoma spinigerum. Ocular malaria, a clinical and a histopathological study we did. A young boy, young couple went to Kodaikanal and got bitten with a mosquito, Plasmodium falciparum, and they did a kind of a severe malaria and died. The eye was donated in the Apollo hospital, and we got the body was donated, all organs, and we got the eye. When I looked at the eye, I found that there is a lot of hemorrhages in the eye. And this patient later on in exploring and found out this is died from malaria. I tried to look into the malaria parasite in the eye, and I could find out the malaria parasite after several days search that inside the choroidal blood vessels. And I published in Ophthalmology Journal, which is a very highly rated journal, Ocular Malaria, a clinical and a histopathological study. So malaria parasite was found in the bulb. What I want to mean, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it. And this is a truth in my life. Turning point in my academic career is a fellowship in ophthalmic pathology, Doheny Institute of Ophthalmology by Professor Narsingh Rao, and who taught me the art of writing. And I started working in the pathology of the uveitis, biopsy pathology of the uveitis, various aspects of it, and could publish a lot, publish a bit of it, biopsy pathology in uveitis. And I wanted to tell that it is not me alone who did it. My mentor, Dr. S.S. Badrinath, my guru and guru of Dr. Natarajan, also helped me and stimulated me to write the publication. And Professor Narsingh Rao, who has also my mentor from USA, and who has also contributed and guided me in writing publication. And a lot of fellows, optometry students and consultants help, and my colleagues who are the pillar of strength for me. And I won't forget one person, this is SP Govindarajan, the photographer, who helped me with the photographs of this case. And last but not the least, my wife, Dr. Shubhra Biswas, who has not only helped, and in fact, my first publication, international publication, was wrote 7 pages. Reviewer asked me to reduce it to 1 page. I didn't know how to do it. It looked like every word is my offspring. My wife cut it off and make it 1 page, and it got published. My latest publications is SSOCT in qualification. What I want to give a message: no more case reports. Look for national and international collaborative research, analysis of big data, artificial intelligence, proteomics, metabolic biomarkers, new imaging technique, new generation sequencing, targeted and local therapy would be the way to go in future. And this is artificial intelligence and deep learning in ophthalmology. Dr. Rajiv Raman, my colleague, is working on it. And we also, with Dr. Krishna Kumar, we worked on the new tumor marker in the primary vitreoretinal lymphoma, which has been studied by others also. And last but not the least, new therapy in uveitis and biologics, which have found out in the uveitis treatment is useful in 2020. And JAK inhibitor with the tofacitinib in recalcitrant scleritis is a new molecule, and you can show the dramatic response of this drug. And my recent publications in 2023 in BMC ophthalmology, granulomatosis with polyangiitis, and laboratory investigations in uveitis. While I want to conclude with that, publication is more important than presentation. You should convert all your presentation to publication. Index publications remains forever. You need to allocate your time, effort, and energy for publication. Enthusiasm, dedication, and sacrifice is needed. A little bit of something more is required. Routine work, routine life will not lead to publication. And collaboration is the key word, and it leads to the success. So I wanted to come back to the same thing. The known is finite, the unknown is infinite. Intellectually, we stand on an islet in the midst of ocean of inexplicability. Our business in every generation is to reclaim a little more land. And it's all of our duty to publish and to reclaim a little more land from the ocean of inexplicability. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, JB, and I'm happy, and you are my inspiration in that windowless library in 1984. You said you started in 1985, but actually you started in 1984. But we didn't see the light of the paper because TVR paper was rejected by Dr. Chandran. And I think that was a way we are all depressed with that. But we learned, go through individually every file, and without any, I mean, I think it was a dungeon room I call. It was like a concentration camp for the Second World War. But anyway, great, JP, to see your career. And you are still, from the day one, you are my inspiration. And I'm still looking forward to learn from you. And I think we have a lot of young people here. And Dr. Rajesh, any questions?
Not in fact question, I would say comments. I like to write a research paper. I must have read it 100 times. And must have forwarded it to residents before they go for thesis topic. That is a wonderful article. And second thing about rejection. In fact, I am going to talk about rejection. And you don't get dejected once your paper gets rejected, because you have a chance to modify the paper, improve the paper, and submit it to a journal. That is something you will get rejection if you don't submit it only. In fact, I'm joking, but that is the thing. And this part, as far as this part, I refer to your article on management of the uveitis many times. To my residents, in fact, we had a seminar on that only many times. So that was really a great presentation. And looking forward to presentation in future sessions as well. Maybe next time when we have such type of session, we will try to invite you for talks on research. So that was a wonderful talk.
Excuse me, sir. We are not able to hear you clearly.
Now, I think the microphone was not on, I think.
It's on.
It's on?
Yes.
You can hear? No, okay. Anyway,
So your
Yes, sir.
voice
Next,
is
it's
more
fine.
clear, but his was
Ah.
coming all muffled.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Problem with mic, I suppose.
Now it's
Anyhow,
better.
Now I can
JB.
hear.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, but JB, Dr. Rajesh, he was telling He's a professor in Nagpur Medical College, Government Medical College, and he refers your latest paper and still teaches the students and also how to write a paper. He forwards to all the students. I think he has probably guided maybe more than 100 MS ophthalmology in Nagpur, right? Okay, and I think we want you again and again, Bishwas.
Yeah, thank you very much for
And,
giving me
we
this
can
opportunity.
Thank you, JB, and thank you. I mean, JB's dedication. You have used the word the hard work, but I think I'd like you to change that word from hard work to work with passion, because you do it work with love and passion, and that's what you are conveying by your way of living and the way of publishing. And second is not a single no headweight at all for him. The amount of work he's doing and the amount of publication. Thank you. So you next
Will be Dr. Kavita Pandey will be
and you can
talking on.
introduce or you have a slide.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. I'll be.
Dr. Rutuja will introduce her.
Okay. Okay.
And after this talk, we will have Dr. Viral Shah's talk on selecting the right journal, and then Dr. Rolika. There is little bit of change in schedule. Sorry for that.
Sir, I'll.
We can
start.
skip. We can skip tea part.
Yeah, we can have the tea served here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people are waiting online.
Yeah, Dr. Kavita.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr. Rutuja.
Dr.
Yeah,
Rutuja?
you can-
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
you
sir.
can introduce her.
Dr. Kavita Pandey is currently heading the 5 years integrated degree in bioanalytical science at GN Khalsa College. She pursued her MSc by research and PhD in bioanalytical sciences from Mumbai University. She excels in biopress technology, functional foods, probiotics, prebiotics, product development, bioanalysis, and phytochemistry. She has 25 research publications and 3 book chapters to her credit, and has delivered several talks at national and international platforms. Dr. Kavita Pandey ma'am will be speaking in on what do reviewers want. Over to Kavita ma'am.
First of all, a very good morning. And at the onset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I think I'm the only non-medical person standing here.
Well, we had several.
Okay.
Also.
Okay. So quickly moving on to what exactly do the
That's what
reviewers
Dr.
want?
Vishwas was mentioning.
Hmm.
We have an organization called RO, which is Association of Research in Vision Ophthalmology, where the ophthalmologists are minority there, because people like you are there, biochemistry, chemistry, physics, AI, and engineers. So we have them, and that's what is the best part of American that RO conference, which is what we learned. And we want people like you, and I'm happy to say Aditya Jyot is working with a college like Khalsa College and Vivekananda Engineering College on AI.
Thank you, sir. So moving on to what do exactly the reviewers want? So before I start, I always give a thanks to the institute from where I come, GN Khalsa College, which gives us the right kind of platform, the freedom to carry out research at several levels, and at the same time do collaborations and deliver such kind of interactive sessions. So this is the content that I'm going to cover in crisp, I think 15 minutes presentation. So we're just going to start with how do we go about writing, followed by peer review process. Who exactly is a reviewer and what is he or she looking for? What kind of expectations they have, and some of the common mistakes that the authors make, and we will end up with some tips. So to start with, any research publication starts with origination of an idea, understanding the problem and working on the experimental setup to generate data. Literature search is something that starts and you end up, and it's a continuous process together. Now, once you have some experiments set up done, you have some data generated, the next task is to select an appropriate journal. Followed by, there are some set guidelines according to which you will start preparing your manuscript. No one, even the expert, would be able to pen down an article or a manuscript in one go. So drafting, reviewing, editing, redrafting, so on and so forth, continues based on your experience. And finally, you have a draft or a manuscript which is ready for pre-submission formatting, and finally the submission. So we see that, getting a paper published has a lot of challenges, right? So you have the manuscript in hand and you want to achieve the board where it says paper accepted, but there are a lot of challenges. So to overcome these challenges, you will have to wear the cap of a reviewer. What exactly he or she is looking for. And for that, you will have to first understand what are the roles or what is the process that your manuscript is going to go through. So as I said, you have the research, you have articulated a manuscript and you submit it to a journal. The editor is then going to pass it on to a team of subject experts called as reviewers. So again, based on the publishing house, based on the journal, there may be 2, 3 or more number of reviewers. And each reviewer is an expert in that particular domain, is going to come back with the feedback on, kind of how credible is the data, so on and so forth. And based on their judgment and evaluation, you will see the light of the decision. Again, there can be 3 possible outcomes that, okay, this is just not fit for the publication, so it gets rejected. Mostly, of course, that's a disappointing thing, but then, yeah, that can be overcome with practice again. The second possibility could be minor changes. So when I say minor changes, that means, okay, if you do those many changes, your paper is very likely going to get accepted. And then you have major changes, which means if at all you fall in line after the corrections, probably it may get accepted or it may also have rejection as an option. So this is how the peer reviewer, imaginarily looks like. So basically the peer review process is, they are experts in critiquing the work of an individual or a group, seeking recognition or publication or funding. And this is how, through their lens, a research article looks like. So they are focusing on how your title is articulated, how you have placed your abstract, what kind of flowcharts or data representation is a part of your manuscript. So let us first understand what kind of roles he has to serve. So he or she has the responsibility of ensuring the rigorous standard of the scientific process. So if I'm a reviewer in a particular journal, it is my responsibility to keep the high impact factor, the kind of work that is published in my journal has to be of that particular quality, right? So that screening has to be done by the reviewer. He or she also has to uphold the integrity of the journal. Again, you cannot, publish an article which is already published maybe 5 years back with some X molecule and the same kind of thing is coming with X dash molecule, right? You also are expected to help to prevent the ethical breaches. For example, no plagiarism, no, reproducing the same data in a slightly different, modified or tweaked manner. So these things have to be assessed by the reviewer. And of course, most importantly, the reviewer is reciprocating professional courtesy, because I am an author today, but tomorrow, based on my subject domain, I will be a reviewer, right? Moving on to the peer review process, there can be 4 different types. Single anonymous review, where you don't know who exactly are reviewing your article. Double anonymous review, where neither the author knows the reviewer nor the vice versa. Open review, where the author knows which kind of team is going to evaluate. And post-publication open reviews, where the readers and reviewers are openly, posting their comments. And sometimes in unfortunate events, even the paper withdrawals do take place. Moving forward, again, coming back to the same question, the lady is quite happy. Oh, this is the list of possible journals, is it? And the guide says, no, this is just the list of journals that rejected our article. So as I said, we have to put on the cap of a reviewer. And the first thing that the reviewer looks for is the relevance. So if I am the editor or the reviewer of a TB related journal, I'm not going to allow publication of a malaria based research data or something like that, right? So relevance is the key. So you have to be very strategic when you're identifying the journal where you want to publish your data, right? So what you want to say and what they are interested in should match. Only then you will pass the first level, so to say. The second is citability. Now, as a reviewer, I have to, as I said, I have to ensure, that I get good citation score over the years, and that does affect the indexing. It does affect the site score, the impact factor, so on and so forth, the sponsors. A lot of factors are dependent on that. And therefore, I have to have a publication which is around a buzz area. Imagine a rare, very rare kind of disease which happens, somewhere in corner of Siberia, and I am having a paper of that. Probably it may not be of my interest because no one is going to cite that paper, right? So citability is also an important parameter that the reviewer has to think about. Moving forward, there are some strict no's, strict don'ts that you have to avoid. No typo errors, because that indicates your casual nature about publication. So, you did a research and you're so casual about publishing it. That means the work may not be that really important. That's the idea we get as a reviewer. No grammatical mistakes. You have to have the best English that you can when articulating your article. Please avoid acronyms or jargons. Some people say a lot of exaggeration, like, this is the first time ever reported, I'm reporting this XYZ finding. But trust me, when you do a literature survey as a reviewer, you find out, oh, it's, 5 saal, even 5 years back, you have about 20 articles related to this. So it's not really the first time, right? So probably the authors didn't do a thorough literature search. A strict no to repetition. Sometimes we as scientists are, very possessive about our data. So, just to, convince the reader, we end up repeating certain components multiple times in the same paper, which is a strict no. And of course, no redundancy or ambiguity, absolutely not possible. We have to be very specific and very data driven. The third thing, very important as a reviewer, we look into is the format. So 90% or even more than that is IMRAD is the format that is followed, where we have introduction, materials, methods, results, discussions, and of course, conclusion. So this is just to give you an over idea of what the introduction is asking for. You're trying to answer the question of why are we really doing this study? Materials, methods, how are we performing this particular experiments? Results, what are we really looking for or expecting? And discussions, of course, about the implications, the justifications, mechanisms, etc. Now, the first thing you have to have is a very defined title. Why? Because it has to be simple, short, crispy, at the same time, quite catchy. Because, you have to be found, you have to be cited, and that has to be done from so many different papers, right? So articulation of title, very important, and then a very well-structured abstract. So as you can see, even in that 250, 300 word limit of abstract, which is like the trailer of a 2.5-hour movie kind of, you have to grab the attention of the reader. And that reviewer is going to do at the first thing. So you have to have the purpose and the motivation of why you're doing this study, followed by the crux of the problem you're tackling, the approach that you're going to do for the problem solving, followed by the results and a quick conclusion of the study. So this is how the rules of articulation go about. So I will not get into much details of it, but just an overview. A lot of things are already known. The other aspects come in like the technical expertise. So suppose I am from the probiotic arena and I do get papers for reviewing. So because I have the background of probiosis and the mechanisms involved and the benefits involved, so I can review that paper in a more technical aspect. So the person reviewing your article will be from your same scientific domain. Of course, your work has to be innovative and original. Original means you're not reproducing someone else's data. Some works done in Africa and reported in some low impact factor South African journal, and you're trying to, republish it or reproduce it kind of in a better journal just because you have a good background or a lab setup. That doesn't work. It has to be innovative in terms of some kind of contribution to the scientific data that's coming from your end. And of course, there is a C4 principle. Sorry for this mistake in my presentation. So C3 I have mentioned, plus there is coherence. So there are C4 principle that we work for. Clarity. So mostly, again, as I said, we as scientists are very, very, possessive about our data. We end up, redefining, emphasizing on the thing. But then what we miss out is the clarity of thought, the logical flow of information, and the cohesion of the data. So everything has to be organized, like how the head followed by the shoulders, hands, the trunk, and then the legs. It should not be haywire, right? So it has to be in a particular flow for which you will need coherence. Everything should come connected, right? Then there has to be a strict no to plagiarism, because that is what is breaching activity, where, you just try to copy paste, or probably you have mentioned some data which is not originally yours, but you're not even citing the author. So that is a strict no-no. So simple as you can cite the source, or you can avoid procrastination. That is basically, when we end up submitting at the deadline, or tomorrow is the deadline and I have to ready it. That's where most of the, originality is missed out, and plagiarism just unfortunately pipes in. So we should avoid that, and we should be creative when we are writing our article. As Kiran said in the morning, that, the story becomes beautiful through the storyteller. So every manuscript is like a story that you're trying to narrate, in every beautiful piece coming together. Now, this is again a research which was carried out trying to figure out that what are the common mistakes that the authors make, and you can see the statistics again involved. And you can see the causes of the failures or the rejections. And some of the common causes that come out are improper review of literature. This is a very common but unfortunate part of it, that people are not really well versed with what kind of upgradation is in their particular domain. Provision of insufficient detailed methodology. This comes again when you're not being detailed or specific about your MNM. Unsystematic or illogical presentation of data. I think some of the examples are already given in the previous presentations. Unsupported conclusions. So here, people like to exaggerate. I mean, they don't do it intentionally, but yes, it just happens. So inconsistent, non-conforming citations, again, are a strict no and a major cause of rejections. Lack of good grammatical writing and lack of cohesion, so on and so forth. With that, I come to the slide that if you want your publication to be accepted, this is the mantra. You have to have the attention for details, every minute details. Right from English to the articulation, to the data representation, to the references, everything. You have to check and double check your work. Now this, again, as an author, you are working on that article and your brain is kind of, obsessed with the data. So you will be biased. And that's where you have to get your peers involved, get your manuscript proofread or kind of, checked by a person who is having a blank whiteboard, right? Who's not biased like you. Third is consider the reviewer's comments. Now, this happens when you have already submitted an article and you got a review that, okay, some corrections needed. So you have to take it positively, optimistically, and not think that, array, I will switch the journal, I'll submit it to some other journal, right? That should not be the approach. English must be as good as possible. I've already said that. Presentation is important. So the right kind of data, I mean, a simple data, a lot of numbers that can be tabulated can also be probably represented in the form of a histogram or a pie chart or some, better way. That has to be worked upon. Take your time with revision, acknowledge those who have helped you. New, original, and previously unpublished work is what will take you towards the success. Critically evaluate your own manuscript. So you have to change your hats. So now you're an author and now you have to be a reviewer. You also have to be an, editor at times. So you have to switch hats. And finally, you can't do it without being ethically correct. So ethical rules must be obeyed. With that, thank you for patient hearing. Happy publishing. And that's my email address. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kavita, for that wonderful slides and everything. I suppose that was a wonderful presentation. In fact, you made my job very easy because I will be speaking on how to handle rejection. Okay. And most of the points you have covered. And you have to, whenever you are a reviewer, in fact, it's a job which is not acknowledged by many people and difficult to take up that job. But you have to put into author's shoes that how authors must have done. And it's a difficult job, I tell you. Reviewing an article is a difficult job. And of course, selection of the journal also, which is very important. If you submit an article on cataract to retina journal, it is going to get rejected within an hour or so. So selection of the journal is also important. And I suppose we have a next talk, which is lined up how to select a journal. So Dr. Viral will be speaking on that part, but I think your talk was very informative and up to the point.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Viral Shah sir does not need an introduction, sir, but I'll just speak few lines about him. Sir is a consultant ophthalmologist at Miyakshi Eye Hospital, Nagpur. Sir is Chairman Scientific Committee Vidarbha Ophthalmic Society, member of Scientific Committee Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society, a past president of Ophthalmological Society Nagpur, and a reviewer for many journals including JSUR. Dr. Viral Shah sir will be speaking on selecting the right journal for your article. Over to Dr. Shah sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rutuja. At, at the outset, I would like to thank the Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society, Dr. Rajesh Joshi sir, Dr. Natarajan sir for the opportunity. I am audible? My screen is visible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Viral.
sir.
Yes, Viral. You are audible and we can see you also.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. So, selecting the right journal for your article. So, slight disclaimer, this presentation is for the new authors who are wanting to writing their first or second paper and who are looking for a systematic method of finding the right journal for their maiden manuscript publication. Not for experts or veterans in publication field like Professor Natarajan sir, Jyotirmay sir or Rajesh Joshi sir. So at the outside, how do you choose a journal? Your guide chooses for you. Wonderful. You are very lucky, provided your guide is up to date in his knowledge of manuscript publication. Your senior suggests you, your lecturer or seniors in your department or your institute. Amazing. You don't need any more suggestions. Or you choose it on the basis of the journals that you usually follow. This is one of the better options, but the systematic approach is the best approach. If you want more plausible options with better chances of acceptance and publication, there is an easier, more systematic and scientific approach to choose the right journal for your manuscript. So what is the problem? Digital technology and new publishing models such as open access coupled with democratization of publishing worldwide has transformed the traditional print media journal model for communication and dissemination of knowledge. And as of now, there are more than 84,000 academic and peer-reviewed English language journals which are currently active. And out of this, more than 30,000 are classified under medicine and healthcare. So as always, out of this large area available for you for publication, there are the good, the bad and the ugly ones. It is important for the novice researchers to differentiate between the types and qualities of various medical journals. So there are some predatory or pseudo journals and there are some credible or quality journals. So what are predatory journals? So ICMJE, International Committee of Medical Journal Editors, suggested some warning flag signs to weed out these predatory journals. So they accept and publish almost all submissions. They charge article processing or publication fees. They inform about charges after paper is accepted. They falsely claim to perform peer review. Names similar to well-established journals. No retraction policy. Homepage language is targeting the authors and non-biomedical subjects alongside biomedical topics. So in a world, if starting at the start, the picture is like this blurry. There is Bisleri, Blissly, everything. But I hope at the end of the talk, you will be able to identify the right one from the fake ones. So what are the criteria we use for evaluating a journal? Its scientific rigor, editorial quality, peer review process, ethics, editorial board members, journal reputation and its business model, author's right and copyrights, indexing status, impact factor scores, journal operations and archival practices, and email solicitations. So these are the various criteria we use for evaluating a quality of a journal. Scientific rigor, it's a key indicator of journal quality. Review of publication published in the past will guide you. What is the purpose of the research, design and methodology used, data analysis, result discussion, they are all discussed in details in the articles. Tables and figures are appropriately marked, legible and appropriate. References are comprehensive and current. Procedure used for peer review process. Plagiarism checks using softwares is there. Using statistical testing to confirm data validity. Applying forensic tools to detect image manipulation. Scientific rigor uses recognized guidelines for reporting of research. It helps to ensure the quality of scientific research, enhances the replicability of research, and registration of clinical trials before the time of first patient enrollment, transparency of journal process, practices and policies for data sharing. The practices and policies of the journals are very transparent and they are available usually on the website. Editorial quality. Editorial quality noted in publications, including editorials, can provide clues as to the journal quality. Misspellings, grammar, and punctuation errors are usually not there. There is lack of clarity and cohesiveness in writing. It indicates lack of editorial oversight and reviewer commitment. Titles and abstracts can also be revealing as to the editorial quality. A title that is not descriptive or an abstract that needs to be read more than once are usually warning signs. Peer review process. Transparency as to the peer review process is benchmark of any journal's quality. A reputable journal will fully disclose its peer review process, including the criteria used for peer review, selection of the reviewers, type of peer review, timeframes for the peer review, and how the peer review process is handled by the editorial board. Additional details such as how conflicts of interest are handled, confidentiality, and other ethical standards for peer reviewers should also be available. Ethics. A quality journal will include information as to the issues such as plagiarism, conflicts of interest, internal review board, approval, informed consent, human and animal subject research, confidentiality, fraud, segmented publication, ghost authorship, data and image manipulation. Other ethical considerations are there in details. A journal should include information as to the ethics of their journal website, what are their expectations from the author, and how they address these issues. Reputable journals endorse guidelines and best practices for publications, which are available from ICMJE, COP, and WAME. The editorial board members, it reveals valuable insight as to the quality of journal. It reveals the editorial board members, they reveal valuable insight as to the quality of a journal. Editorial board members should be established experts in the field related to aim and scope of journal, affiliated with known institution, and they hold appropriate academic credentials. Contact information for editorial staff should be available. Another clue related to editorial quality is editorials authored by editor-in-chief or members of the editorial board. Editorial board members from reputable journals will contribute frequent and thoughtful editorials that provide context or significance to publication for a specific issue or discuss updates in journal policies for authors and readers. Coming to journal's reputation and its business model. The reputation of a journal includes publisher of the journal, societal organization that sponsors the journal, aim and scope, mission statement, etc. The publisher of journal or the sponsoring society can lend strong credence to the quality of a journal. Example, our JCOR from MOS or IGO of our AIOS. The aim and scope should be clearly stated, and other information such as a mission statement or sponsoring organization helps to assess the reputation of the journal. Business model of a journal should be evident. If there are fees for publication, the fees should be clearly stated on the journal website. There should be no surprise fees after submission. Author's right and copyrights. The journal policy as to the author's right and copyright is another benchmark of a quality journal. Copyright is a bundle of rights that allows authors to use, disseminate, display, or modify the work in any medium. Authors are advised to anticipate any future reuses for their publications before selecting a journal. If a journal does not allow for compliance with public access mandates, authors will need to consider another journal. Journals may also stipulate various uses based on the version of the work. Transparency of journals' copyright policy for authors is indicative of a very qualitative journal. Indexing status. Authors want their research to be discoverable and read by others. A quality journal will be indexed by major bibliographical and citation database such as Medline, Elsevier, Scopus, Embase, Clarity of Analytics, Web of Sciences, and CNHL others. Indexing status. Medline is produced by the National Library of Medicine and has rigorous scientific and editorial criteria for journals selected for indexing in Medline. Medline index journals are considered to be premier journals in the biomedicine field, and many authors rely on Medline indexing status as a strong indicator of a qualitative journal. In addition, Medline is a freely available citation database with no subscription required, so any author can check for its indexing status. PubMed, Medline, and PMC, that is PubMed Central, are separate entities with different purposes. PubMed is a resource that aggregates citations from Medline, PMC, and other resources from the NCBI bookshelf. PubMed Central is a free archive and of full text journal articles. Medline is a journal citation database from NLM. The single web interface of PubMed blurs all these distinctions, leading to confusion for authors and in some cases publishers. When it comes to selecting a journal, authors should verify the indexing status of a journal using a bibliographical and citation database rather than relying on the journal's website. Impact factor scores, the journal citation reports, JCR. The JCR impact factor score developed in 1960s have evolved over the years to be associated with identifying high impact journals for publication. Other journal impact scores that have been launched recently, including the eigenfactor introduced in 2008 and CiteScore, which is launched in 2016. Calculations are usually based on number of citations within a specific time frame garnered by publication from journals. A more holistic approach in selecting a journal is recommended instead of relying on impact factor scores. Authors should pick target journals based on relevance and scientific rigor and quality and not spurious impact factor. Journal operations and archival practices. Journal operations including archival practices for articles using platforms such as Portico or JSTOR. You should also see whether a digital object identifier DOI is assigned to the articles or an ISSN number is assigned to the journal and publication schedule. Irregular publication schedule, excessive advertising, and missing or sporadic issues are indicative of unstable journal management. Aim and scope, editorial board instruction for authors, and general content information should be available and easy to find. Email solicitation. Beware of email solicitations for journal publication or invitation to submit an abstract. These emails are usually generic in nature and contain stilted or archaic language. Unrealistic promises are made, such as acceptance of publication within hours and publication within days. Some emails do include phrases such as "let us know how much you can afford towards the article processing charges." So there are some warning flags in the emails of such spurious journals. Archaic salutation, poor grammar or misspelling, hyperbolic language, excessive use of exclamation marks, promises of swift review, immediate abstract acceptance, journal name and scope is not as per your area of research, publisher or conference organizer is unfamiliar, journal or conference title is similar to an established journal or conference, publisher icon logo is similar to an established journal, no credential for the editor, editorial staff and or editorial board members, indexing status of the journal is noted as PubMed or Google Scholar, vague impact score of the journal, inappropriate images or ads, animations on website, inconsistent publication or conference history schedule, no ISSN number, no DOI, digital object identifier for the publications, request for fees, upfront or waiver of all fees. So in conclusion, there is no reliable list of good versus bad journals, nor there is a foolproof automated decision aid tool to use for identifying journals that are suitable for publication. Author must begin their list of potential journals by considering the journals they use for their research or clinical care. Potential journals include journals from publications that authors cite in their research, journals they review for, and journals associated with their professional organization. Mentors and colleagues may be able to provide insight as to which journals are regarded as relevant for an area of research or are recommended for tenure and promotion purposes. Consultation with mentors and colleagues can be especially important for early career authors and authors tackling a research topic outside their primary field. So thank you everyone for this opportunity.
Thank you, Viral. That was a wonderful talk. In fact, there are a few warning signs. Once you get email from a journal claiming that your paper will be accepted in an hour, but you have to pay some fees.
Yes,
These are some fishy journals, and you don't get email from editor. In fact, you get a email from assistant to editor or something like that. It's always fishy. So that is the most important sign of these journals. I think your talk was lucid, and you have elaborated almost all the points which you have highlighted about predatory journals. I think we have next talk, which is on my journey to Colonel Rangachari Award. It's the highest award given by All India Ophthalmological Society in an annual conference. And this time it was won by Dr. Rolika Bansal. Let us hear her journey to this award from her. Over to Rolika.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah. You are audible.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. However, I do not think it's wise enough to give a talk on winning the Colonel Rangachari Award before I actually get it. So, I mean, I'm due to get it in May. So, my apologies that I'm still covering this topic. But okay, I shall still begin my topic. Just a second. So this is a picture that I had taken nearly 12 years back, and I consider this consider this picture quite inspiring in one way or the other. And I'll be talking to you on my journey to Colonel Rangachari Award, and I would rightly put it as our journey to Colonel Rangachari Award, because there are 3 more people who have primarily contributed to this study, and that would be Dr. Santosh Vanaval, Dr. Kaustav Mully, and Dr. Vijay Anand Reddy, sir. So the credit goes to them. Life is a journey filled with unexpected miracles, and this was probably one of them for me. So Colonel Rangachari Award, as you can see, has been an award won by several people whom I look up to, and several people who have been an inspiration for all of us right here, including my own mentor in 1992. And this award wasn't anywhere on my radar. It was really not the thing that I was looking forward to. In fact, this was my first ever presentation in AIOC. So a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and I'll show you how. So I was reading about conjunctival melanoma, which happens to be rare lethal malignancy. Less than 1% of all whole body melanomas, incidence ranging from 0.4 to 0.8 per million. And I ran to my mentor. Happy to disturb him as I always do. I like to use this simile because this kind of represents him and me. And I ran to my mentor and I was like, large centers have studied the effect of surgical excision, cryotherapy, radiotherapy, enucleation, exenteration, and genetics guided targeted therapy. The biggest centers have published that there is a local recurrence of 19%, and by 10 years it's 37% in conjunctival melanoma. And even there is melanoma-related lymph node and systemic metastasis of 25%, related death in 37%. So what about your results? You are also doing a large enough study. What about your results? And this is exactly what his expression was like. Why don't you find out? And I was like, okay, that was not what I was expecting, but okay then. So I sat down with the information that he has, the database that he has. And to my surprise, the 3 factors that he was looking, the 3 factors that we were looking at were surgical excision, cryotherapy, and adjuvant radiotherapy. We were approaching the patients with a more conservative management approach. So we tried to assess the adjuvant plaque brachytherapy effect on local tumor control in conjunctival melanoma with scleral or corneal stromal invasion. So to brief you all, primary plaque brachytherapy is when we do plaque brachytherapy after clinical examination, which is supported by imaging. And secondary plaque brachytherapy is when it is histopathology guided or proven that there is base involvement. And we should know that the high rate of local tumor recurrence is related to the high rate of metastasis. So it was quite important to go for it. We conducted a retrospective analysis where 15 patients, so you can assess the rarity of the disease, but the number is not small here. And we saw a variety of diseases being presented, like dark, flat. Look at this lesion. It's like highly elevated and huge lesion with the prominent feeder vessel, with intrinsic vascularity on top, scleral fixity. Corneal involvement was also very evident here clinically. And ultrasound biomicroscopy, it aids in the assessment of invasion. Here you can see an evident scleral invasion. Even in this patient, there was an orbital extension as well. And it helps in assessing the height and the width which you have to radiate. ASOCT confirms and helps in the confirmation of base involvement or the corneal and the scleral invasion. Histopathology, as I mentioned, shows here that there is full thickness involvement. And here we can see spindle to epithelioid cells, cytoplasmic melanin pigments, and pigmented lesions with base involvement. Happily, after reading all of this, I procrastinated like I always do. But I went on to the results and I saw that the children, that is 8-year-old, till the age of 65-year-old, we had a varied presentation. And we saw that the lesions were primarily arising from primary acquired melanosis as well, and even a nevus in 47 and 40% of the patients. The tumor diameters ranged from 4 to 17 mm. So the diffuse involvement and tumor height, as you can see, was even till 6 mm. So this was my wow moment when I came across this particular surgery performed by my mentor on a 65-year-old male with an extensive spread, recurrent conjunctival melanoma. He had had 2 excision biopsies and he was on CT3C staging. That means that there is extension into the orbit. Over here, you can see that the 4 mm clinically clear margins were marked. We have to be very clear in delineating the margins, and the margins were taken with bipolar caution. In this patient, there was muscle involvement. So the muscle was also resected. There was lamellar sclerectomy performed carefully. The lesion was totally excised of the sclera. As you can see that the small specks of lesion were also taken off, and the muscle part which was involved was taken out, and the rest of it was put back, sutured back. And since there was diffuse involvement, plaque brachytherapy was used in rotations. So there was 1, 2, and 3 rotations that were done. And usually this dosimetry is taken care of by the radiation oncologist. And we did edge cryotherapy to the base as well. And the reconstruction of the surface was done with amniotic membrane graft. And a nice scleral shell was put to avoid symblepharon. So in our study, we saw that notch or round plaque was used with a dosage of 10,000 centigrade apex dose. Depth was kept as 2 to 3 mm, and the duration ranged from 11.5 to 74 hours. You can see how beautifully the lesion has remained stable. The patient who had 2 recurrences, this is the longest follow-up as well of 8 years. The lesion has had no local tumor recurrence, and the patient is alive and doing very well. And look at this lesion, it's so huge and so beautifully it has maintained, and the patient is absolutely doing well. My mentor was happily in his inner peace mode when I went and disturbed him with the actual finding. There was 100% local tumor control, 100% vision salvage, 100% eye salvage, and 100% life salvage. I don't think my mentor believed it. And he was like, I really think something is wrong about it. And he absolutely legit made me redo the entire data, which took me more time, of course. And I still found the same results. So what we saw that ruthenium plaque was symmetrically used in our cases, even though strontium and yttrium were, sparsely used in the previous studies. And there have been cases with local tumor recurrence, and even patients who have had in studies there which have shown a survival rate of 76.3%. However, in our case, we have seen that at 8 years, thankfully, that all our patients are doing very well. I would love to follow up the patients till 10 years so that we can have a nice 10-year analysis as well. And we advocate that 4 mm clinically clear margins for lamellar sclerectomy, alcohol keratoepithelectomy for the corneal involvement, cryo to the edge and the base with adjuvant plaque brachytherapy, primary or secondary with histopathological confirmation, is advocated for excellent vision salvage, life salvage, and eye salvage. So as I would put across, basically the journey for us started with my mentor's mentor as well. So that is where the journey has begun technically. And I thank my mentor for entrusting me for being able to present his work, and in such a huge award session with people who spoke extremely well and with people whom I look up to. So this was the moment, a DreamCon moment at Bombay. This is exactly where my mentor sat, and I insisted and I requested him. He's never been there for any of my presentations, but I requested him that, sir, could you please just stay? He had other commitments and he stayed for my presentation. And I'm glad that he did, because it's all the energy I needed for, positive energy out there. And just because I had to stand up to the Kung Fu Panda Po moment, right after this presentation, I was eating like po at the nearest restaurant that I could find. And after winning the award, this is the expression that my mentor showed me. I can assure you, for like nearly a week or so. However, I hope and I bet that this was the expression that he had in his mind. My mentor has won this award 30 years back for his mentor's work, for Professor Sood, sir. And I'm glad that I could give it back to my mentor in a similar way. And I thank him for the same. And for all I can say is that the woods are dark and deep, miles to go before I sleep. My journey has just begun. This is really not my journey to Colonel Rangachari. Thank you.
Yeah, Rolika, that was a wonderful presentation. In fact, everyone should have a mentor like you, or you a mentor. Yeah, it was really an inspiring one. And not only you should stop here, you should get many more accolades in future. And the only message which I feel which is very important for the residents here, you should keep your eyes open whenever you are working. That is very important to move forward.
Right.
Yeah, Rutuja, you want to say something?
No, sir, it was a very good presentation by Dr.
Yeah,
Rolika.
absolutely. Absolutely. All the talks were wonderful. And thank you, Rolika. That was, you accepted an invite at last moment and you were ready with the presentation.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm sorry that I couldn't put it across sooner. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone wants to ask anything? Yeah, I think we will move to next session. We have 3 talks in this session because one talk was preponed in this session only. So we have chairpersons Dr. Vaishali Une, Dr. Ajit Joshi, and Dr. Purvasha Narang. Dr. Sunaina Malik called up and told me that she won't be able to join because of some commitment. So I hand over mic to Dr. Vaishali, Dr. Ajit sir, and Dr. Purvasha.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh Joshi, sir. It's an honor to be here again. And once again, I would like to congratulate Dr. Rolika Bansal for her wonderful presentation and a journey which is so well begun, a dream journey for almost all students. So I know that you are a inspiration for all the residents, and may all residents look upon you and follow your path. So I now take the pleasure of inviting Dr. Natarajan sir for the next topic on plagiarism. It's indeed a very important topic. And yes, Natarajan sir is very much here with us and he'll be speaking on plagiarism. So I invite him for his talk.
Yesterday, someone asked about the software which is used for plagiarism. Yesterday, someone asked about the software which is used for plagiarism. It is Ithicate, which is available to check whether the article is having plagiarism or not.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Rajesh Joshi, for having giving me a talk on plagiarism. This is my favorite topic when I took over as IGO. And at the beginning, I think yesterday also we discussed with the people on using AI and other softwares to detect plagiarism. Somehow, as an editor, I could not sometimes missed using the software, but we found some reviewers who are so good. They found our own ophthalmologist. I aided some biochemistry work somewhere, and same statistics they put it in some basic science journal, and then published sent to IJO, and that was detected. And in my tenure of 6 years, we withdrew one paper, and we have actually debarred that author also. It's very important. I think as an editor also, we have to be careful. And I think today's talk is for the young people and the people who are publishing. We should know what is plagiarism, because sometimes mistake can happen unknowingly, but it's not accepted in publications. So what is plagiarism? So plagiarism is derived from Latin word. So I love this etymology. Etymology is the science of origin of words. Plagiaris, which means kidnapper who abducts a child. And this is what actually you're taking somebody's idea or somebody's published thing and putting it in your paper without acknowledging and without permission. So it's like, that's why they write C as a small with a circle. That means copyright. And then in India, we have that TM. That means trademark. So the word plagiarism entered the Oxford English Dictionary in 1621. Plagiarism has been defined by the encyclopedia as the act of taking the writings of another person and passing them off as one's own. And which is really sad, because we are condemning somebody stealing a purse or somebody's money in the house. But same thing is that educated people. So I think we have to inculcate that habit. So I'm happy when I was an editor, I learned how to be honest. So that's why I understood the Gandhiji's book, my experience with the truth. So introduction, it's an act of forgery, piracy, and fraud, and is stated to be a serious crime of academics. It is also a violation of copyright laws. And in simple words, plagiarism is the use of others' ideas or work without any credit to the original authors. In other words, taking credit for others' work, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And I want to acknowledge that even the slides, even though I gave my idea, but I'm just seeing them right now, is made by Afros. I don't know why she does not come today. So I acknowledge it, because every time I tell wherever you borrowed, please make sure we put a reference, because people are looking at me and how I'm presenting, and they all, and one is to find fault, that's I'm welcome. But second is, I think I should not knowingly and unknowingly make a mistake, so I have to look for that. So medical writing includes presentation of different scientific documents that consists research-related topics. Case presentation, we heard that review articles which help in educating and promoting health-related information to the general public. Hence, all the medical writers, along with the language skills and the ability to interpret the data, they should also be familiar in searching literature, understanding and presenting one's idea or thoughts in the form of articles submitted to the number of available scientific journals. Honesty in scientific practice and publication is necessary, and I think we have to learn that right from childhood. And I'm sure this is what I keep telling. I always salute Mata Pita, Guru, Mitra, and Deva for teaching me honesty, because that's what if at all religion should teach, is honesty. And due to the lack of education on plagiarism among the educational institutions and the members of journal holders, we are allowing some types of plagiarized articles to publish, which is also a crime, which now we have Dr. Rajesh Joshi here, active editor of the JCOR. And main root cause of plagiarism among medical writers is the competitive stress among them and the availability of any information of others in electronic media. As the plagiarism is an unethical publication practice, it has to be avoided at the first stage itself. It is like you steal sometime and you're not caught and you have the habit. I think my suggestion is you have to be honest when nobody is looking at you. That means you are working in a lab, working in a writing, and even if somebody is not going to read it, you should know that you are not doing plagiarism. So forms of plagiarism, there are several. It's unfortunate. When you have good, you have the bad. So verbatim plagiarism, and one submits someone else's words verbatim in his or her name without even acknowledging him publicly. Copy and paste. This is what is the worst thing computer has done to us. Copy paste from a published article without referencing is a common form of verbatim plagiarism, which children may be doing it unknowingly, but I think we have to teach them. Most commonly, it is seen in introduction and discussion part of manuscript. I always tell that it is like teaching hygiene to the children. I mean, wash your hands and then eat. brush your teeth when you get up. So I think it has to be inculcated. And I'm happy when our Prime Minister went to Japan, the Prime Minister of Japan, late Mr. Abe, took him to a toilet in the school, and how there's a class for 20 minutes on oral hygiene. And this has been taught every day or once a week in the Japanese schools. And I think it's important. Same thing is hygiene here, honesty. And mosaic plagiarism. In this type of plagiarism, each word is not copied, but it involves mixing one's words in someone else's idea and opinion. This is copying and pasting in patchy manner. Paraphrasing. If one rewrites any paragraph of manuscript in their own word, it is called paraphrasing. And unfortunately, there are softwares which are doing it now. And I remember one of my friend in Germany gave me this idea. You do this, my article is ready in 5 minutes. I went through it and I didn't buy it because where is your work? And it's not hard work. Where is your involvement? We call it in management, Dr. Handa will agree, is dirtying your hands. And then Harvard says, take small steps. Learn. I think unless you learn everything and you are part of it, how will you teach your students? Changing a few words of the original sentence does not make if you're writing. Just changing words cannot make it the property of borrower. Hence, this should be properly referenced. If it is not referenced, it will amount to plagiarism. So I have a habit after going through, if somebody, like if Shruti brings a manuscript or whatever idea given, I'll give to my Dr. Rohan or XYZ to read it and find out faults. It's not finding fault against Shruti, but it's finding fault about the paper, because we cannot make a mistake unknowingly. And self-plagiarism, which is the worst. And publication of one's own data that have already been published is not acceptable since it distorts scientific record. Self-plagiarized publications do not contribute to scientific work. They just increase the number of papers published without justification in scientific research. The authors get benefit in form of increased number of published papers. Self-plagiarism involves dishonesty, but not intellectual theft. So this is another problem. We have to, both are plagiarism, and whether it is called we are dishonest or intellectual theft, the words are different. So I think our Bharat Ratna, Dr. C.N.R. Rao, the greatest scientist of India, was punished for self-plagiarism. And that the journal said, here this article has been not published and withdrawn because Dr. C.N.R. Rao, student, has done self-plagiarism. And if a student does, the chief is punished. And cyber plagiarism, copying or downloading in part of or in their entirety articles or research papers and ideas from the internet and not giving proper attribution is unethical and falls in the range of cyber plagiarism. Image plagiarism, this is another headache. And I remember I told one of my students to write an article and put an image, and then I don't know how, I didn't check. Fortunately, that when that person said, you have stolen my image and you have to pay $10,000. And he was a Japanese author. And then I withdrew the article. I told him sorry. He left me. But I'm saying it was a shame on me because I didn't supervise the student. That happened 20 years back. Images can be tampered on. It was not tampered. He just took that image and put it in, and every fundus photo looks same unless you really look for where was it taken. And promote a scientific specific technique or another to strengthen the correctness of poorly visualized findings, remove the defects of an image, and to misinterpret an image from what it really is. And how to detect plagiarism. It is generally difficult to detect plagiarism, but information technology has made available few websites which can catch plagiarism. Few of them are www.ithentical.com, www.turnitin.com, plagiarism.org, etc. Besides this, learned and watchful reviewers, this is what I will suggest, and readers can detect it due to his or her familiarity with published material in his or her area of interest. So sometimes when you read an article, you get a doubt. So you can send to a specific expert. If it is something related to biochemistry, as an ophthalmologist, you may not be able to see. But you can send to a biochemist and check, hey, just check whether is there anything where it's been already published. And sometimes casually asking them, you will get a reply saying, oh, this has been, and sometimes you'll get verbatim published in a biochemistry journal. Impossible to keep a track. And how to avoid plagiarism. I think that's what we have to learn, because practice the ethical writing honestly. Keep honesty in all scientific writing. It is good for, that is why if you're doing clinical trial, you have to do a program called GCP, good clinical practice. And then same thing is there for lab. And I think we have to do that. And everybody is doing it for the sake of certification. And recently, our ethical committee forced us and said we have to do a program where we paid. And thanks to Dr. Joshi, Shri Joshi, who's our chairman of the ethical committee, now he has sent a mail that 3 people have not undergone training, and they have to pay and get the training done. And crediting all the original sources. When you fail to cite your sources, or when you cite them inadequately, you commit plagiarism, an offense that is taken extremely seriously in academic world and is a misconduct. And I think Stem Cell had a big not only plagiarism, I think he what do you call, goofed up I think he committed suicide, because the assistant left the secret out that his professor didn't even do the experiment and published as though he did it. And using citations to avoid plagiarism, when you discuss other research studies or articles in your paper, you need including citations for that work. Much of your time will be paraphrasing or synthesizing other studies and not using exact phrases or sentences from that work. In this case, you would cite the authors using the style format required by the journal. Using quotations to avoid plagiarism. These are times in your writing when using the exact words from another paper is important to your argument or explanation. In this case, you need to include those exact words as a quotation which is appropriately formatted. When you use a quotation from an article, you will need to show that you are quoting, which is typically done with quotation marks or by placing a block quote intended and separate from the quote. So quote, unquote, they write. And journal, although plagiarism is never acceptable, journals typically allow for some percentage of commonality between manuscripts, because some introduction and some conclusions may be looking similar. I remember Dr. Nayak taught me, okay, you read the article, then you read several articles, then close it, and then write your own introduction and conclusion. But many times it will match somebody's article, because subconsciously you're copy pasting in your brain, which will happen. So typically less than 15% text commonality is considered fine, and more than 20 to 25% commonality is not acceptable. So if you are, it is like your personal hygiene. Same thing, if you do this hygiene of intention of not having plagiarism, it will not happen. So how to deal with plagiarism? If the editor is satisfied that the act of plagiarism has taken place, minimum you should do is reject the manuscript if it is in different stage of editorial process, and retract if it is already published. We have done that, as I said, in the 6 years, one article I retracted. To conclude, we must increase awareness about plagiarism, and that's the reason I chose this topic. And before that also, Dr. Rajesh Joshi suggested that we should talk about ethics and also plagiarism and ethical issues among our scientists and authors. We must be honest in our work and should not violate copyright law. In summary, when writing the literature review section, do not copy and paste and what you want to paraphrase or discuss. Identify the main points or themes that will form the subheadings for your papers and write your summaries, synthesis and explanation under these headings in your own words. Then go back and pull in text citations and quotation. Understand the style guide your journal recommends and follow these guidelines for citing and quoting. And we will end it by quote of Albert Einstein. Many people say that it is the intellect which makes a great scientist. They are wrong. It is the character. And he also said for more than intelligence, he believed creativity and imagination. And that's what he was saying, that he imagines a lot. And I think I learned from that. And his book is great on autobiography of Einstein. You should read. All his idiosyncrasies are quoted. And many times I wonder, he's born as a German in Ulm, and then only got a Nobel Prize when he went to America. And that's why America boasts of maximum Nobel Prize winners. And I acknowledge, and I think one thing I find in this is she's not given the references. I apologize for that. And we should have the references for all the things which I've quoted, and everything is published. There's a thing called COP, which you can go through. And I think I acknowledge that many things are already published on various journals on plagiarism, which I think we have to have quote the references also, which is not here. Thank you. And I'll be happy to answer if any questions.
Yeah. That was really a wonderful talk, sir. In fact, I would like to say, if you sweat, you test the success suite. You have to, in fact, whenever you are writing an article, you have to write, I think, 1 or 2 lines per day so that your article is ready by 6 months. Yesterday, I saw someone quoting about artificial intelligence and that chat GPT. If you feed in your data or feed in your idea, it creates an article for you. That is, I think that should not be encouraged. And that
No, I
should
know.
not happen, in fact. And at the level of postgraduates only, or whenever you are taking up thesis, you should inculcate the habit of not having plagiarism or not having copy paste at that time only. I think that is the important message from your talk.
Yes. And as I said, I don't want to use the word hard work, because it's when you don't like to work, it becomes hard work.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm happy that 2 postgraduates are here again today and many on online. I think the whole thing is you have to learn the habit of doing everything right way. And so the whole world is looking at you. See,
Right.
now I think there are a lot of Indian ophthalmologists traveling, but then from 88, 89, I'm traveling, and many places I was the only Indian. And I think whatever I present, it reflected India. And whether I liked it or not, I was ambassador for Indian ophthalmology. And even today, I'm happy to be an India ophthalmologist as an ambassador, because you are representing the country. Whatever you are doing, the whole audience is looking at you. So even here, I'm happy we have international audience now, and I'm sure they will keep seeing. And that's why I put that journal from Tamil Nadu journal also, I put that program in our own group. I think we can publicize each other. The idea is not publicity. The idea is to spread the knowledge. I think the entire thing is, that's why we have to read a lot of literature on Bhagavad Gita and everything, and finally be honest. And I think if you are honest and being good, you'll be a good clinician. The patients will like you. And you should accept to the patient also, if you start telling the truth, because this is what I think, how to give a sweet quoted to a children. And he says, it has to be palatable, but at the same time, you can convey the same truth in whatever way palatable, but you have to be honest and truthful, even with our findings, publication. And in case somebody, I have seen this pneumorectompexy is a great controversy in 86, because both the authors I knew personally, one from Spain and other from US, and he was always grumbling. He said, just because I am from Spain and I'm not in America, I have been punished. And he called it some other name. And then it was a pneumorectompexy in US. And both the authors are known to me. And I learned looking at the people like Dr. Jonovich, was really a great teacher, because he always gave credit to so many people who was done. And he will tell, oh, this technique was already done by this surgeon in Vienna or somewhere. And he told me, it is like, as a surgeon, you have to visit every OT. Like if you go to a restaurant, don't see only the outside glamour. You have to go and see the kitchen. Same thing, surgery, he says, go and see how the OT technicians are preparing the instrument. Same thing for the article. So that's why I think some journals ask for your rough workings also, because they want to know, have you really worked on the people? So better to keep, and I think Bishwas has that habit. He keeps all the records in his one, and he used to write in papers, which is important, because, and that's why I like notes to be written. Now we are taking photographs, but I like notes, because when you're using your hand and the hand-brain coordination, it'll placed in the memory. So I'm glad. I think, Thank you very much. Any other questions from the online?
Yeah, we have Dr. Ajit Joshi, sir. In fact, he's a great reviewer for JCOR. And would you like to ask, sir, anything?
Sir, I will like to add a few things. Congratulations, sir. Very nice presentation. And it was really needed for the PG students. Nowadays, this medical council has incorporated Urkund software in the medical colleges, and thesis has to be reviewed through that Urkund software. And we allow only 5% plagiarism for the thesis for getting accepted. Anything beyond 5% needs modification. Anything beyond 15 to 20%, it straightly goes to rejection. So that particular thing I will like to add. And just like theft of the material, I think we must take care of fabricating data. Students have a habit of fabricating data which is not there. So as you have rightly said, the rough part of the preparation has to be maintained. Data, whether it is authentic or is it fabricated, that also one has to see. Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Good. I think, I don't know how the idea comes. This is what I keep telling. It is upbringing which brings this fabrication in the mind. Because it is like your father, I remember my father used to give me 1 rupee to buy vegetables. That is in 1968. And then he'll ask for account. So I used to take 10 paisa for buying 5 paisa butter biscuit and 5 paisa that groundnut. So I have to tell him, if I don't give that, he will slap me. And I used to wonder for 10 paisa why is he slapping. But that is made an impression. Fortunately, my brother became a rebel. But I didn't become a rebel. I'm happy I've infiltrated the habit, because I think it was very good. And my grandfather was like that. He used to give only 25 paisa and say, you go and see a movie in my hometown in Tenkasi, which is a village. And 20 paisa for the ticket, and that is a bare ground, and 5 paisa for that kamarkat and this groundnut sweet. So I think every paisa has to be really accounted for. Yeah. So that's why when I came from Madras to Bombay, that was Bombay only that time, everybody said even the income tax raid happened because I had a Gujarati wife, and then she did a lot of black money, and everything I've returned now, I paid the tax, I paid interest, and now the government has to give me a refund. So but that is why I'm telling this publicly is it was in the papers. And why I'm saying that black money habit I never had in Madras. But here in Bombay, it was a norm. And I tell, even when we had to buy a flat, I bought it in white. And that builder told me, you have to pay 200 rupees per square feet more because I have to pay tax. I said, okay, I'll pay the tax directly also. I'll pay you also, because everything I do only by check. And so I think that's a habit. It's not one with the income tax department or with your parents or with your wife. I think this cheating mind has come, unfortunate, in our system, which is like a bug, which we have to remove. And I think if even at any age you can remove, but the best is as a parent, teach the children, because this is what I learned. I don't remember in parenting lecture in 92, there was a psychologist, psychiatrist, and the headmaster name is Mr. David. He told that as a parent, you are giving a bribe to somebody, to a police or to a something in the extra, or you want to skip the line. You are teaching a wrong thing to your child. And that child will do the same. He will say, okay, instead of line, I'm a queue, I want award, I'll give 5 rupees. And the same thing they will do in plagiarism in the publication. So I think it is reflecting the, I always tell, I know my staff sometimes don't like it. I ask where you studied and who are your parents. I just leave it at that now, because I don't want to go into, it's a personal intrusion, which I don't want to. My thing is, they have to have that self-conscience pricking them. I think my conscience pricks if I make some mistake till I accept it. In case I make it unnecessarily, unknowingly, and then come back, I sometimes I scold very badly and I go and apologize. I know I'm not happy by telling. So I go back and tell, I'm very sorry. I publicly apologize also.
Nice, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is Vaishali. So today we want to tell the whole world that today Vaishali is celebrating her 18th birthday.
Thank you so much, Natarajan sir. And just continuing, I would like to summarize that the onus is on us medical teachers to make understand the students that plagiarism, because I think they are just fresh and they are not aware by copy pasting they are doing any wrong. So it's up to us teachers that we make them understand that just mere copy pasting and not acknowledging is very wrong, and we need to do our best. So moving ahead, I would now like to invite our next faculty, Dr. Aditya Sudhalkar, and I would like to congratulate him before his lecture itself, because he's going to talk on the topic of research methodology in private practice. So really, I appreciate so many private practitioners who are inspired doing such hectic private practice work and doing the research methodology. I just would like to give his short introduction, that he obtained his master's from Ahmedabad and then went on to do vitreoretinal surgery from Hyderabad, LV Prasad Eye Institute. He also consults and operates in Germany, and he has almost 63 publications in various leading ophthalmic journals and several presentations in international conferences. He is a faculty at the minimal buckling surgery teaching course at U Retina, and his areas of interest are medical and surgical retina and ophthalmitis. So we welcome you, Dr. Sudhalkar, and we are eager to hear your research. Thank you.
Thank you,
Aditya-
madam. Thank you,
Aditya?
Natarajan, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good, good morning.
Thank you,
Good
Aditya. So, so I want to tell one more thing about Aditya. Aditya is an internationally renowned veterinary surgeon, and second is, at I don't know whatever age, he learned German, and he can fluent. I love Germans there, but I can't speak. But he speaks, he reads, and fluent German, which is important because a lot of Germans were fluent with Sanskrit, particularly Max Muller himself, and also Goethe. So I think I am a visiting professor in the Goethe University in Frankfurt, and I love Frankfurt, and sorry, Germany. And I was once upon a time a German retina society. I don't remember retina flagishama, whatever its name will come. As a
Deutsche,
Deutsche, yes.
Deutsche
So,
Ophthalmologische Gesellschaft.
That's right. Yeah, correct. I can't pronounce Gesellschaft. Yeah,
So let me thank you in German, sir. Vielen Dank, Herr Dr. Natarajan. Das war sehr, sehr nett von Ihnen. So if I may say so. And sir, just to add on that Germany thing, Sanskrit is so popular amongst German professors that most international professors of Sanskrit, I mean, outside India, are from Germany. So, for example, the head of department of Sanskrit in UC Berkeley, which is a renowned university, is a German, and that is the case in most cases. I mean, most universities. So, sir, thank you so much for your for the kind introduction. Thank you for letting me be a part of this renowned meeting. And
So just I know, sorry to interrupt, Dr. Aditya. I just know one sentence, that is Guten Tag and wie geht es dir? So
yeah, wie geht's dir?
Yeah,
So that is good day and how are you?
That much only I learned. Okay,
No,
please go
madam,
ahead.
that is enough. That will help you be accepted in German immediately because all they want is, that effort, and they will take 10 steps forward and welcome you. So that's how welcoming the whole crowd there is. So thank you so much. So, this is something that often comes up, and, for private practitioners, taking time out for them, the patient care is of primary concern. And then they often say research and private practice. So, these are two posts that this is quite old, but, there are two contradictory posts. The first one says that, yes, everybody should go and do research, and that it is good for you. It is good for your overall development. It is good for your patients. The second one is that, okay, the focus, the post, I think it's from an Indian, and what it looks at is, we have limited resources. Why not direct them towards buying good equipment? Why not direct that money towards getting a good space for your hospital, and so on and so forth? So, this is something that will always come up for debate. But I think overall, the concept of research in private practice has more positives than negatives. So for most people, research, isn't that just a lab organism? Isn't that something that is just done in, laboratories? So, introducing genes, working under microscope, that is the typical, concept that most people have when it comes to research. When we talk of clinical research, even today, a lot of practitioners still feel, yes, I have to be associated with a laboratory or a research center. But a lot of work can be done in your own clinic with your own data. And this is something that we just need to explore. So research per se is defined as careful or diligent search. It's variously defined as something that is a studious inquiry or an examination, and collecting on information about a particular subject. So this is the most important. Information is something that everybody has. It is said that the surgery of trabeculectomy was discovered, simply because the surgeon, wrote down everything, and what he saw is that if this wound leaks, the IOP goes down, and if that wound leakage can be, ensured in a sterile environment, it can actually lead to, drainage surgery for glaucoma. So that was the origin of the incisional surgery for glaucoma, just operative notes. Now, this is something that we are all obliged to do, even legally. So not only ethically, but also legally. So, just looking at your own notes, looking at your past data, that itself is research. So, simple things, like you see, this knight is trying to fight with glasses on, then, his opponent is just telling, why don't you just try contact lenses? So these are very simple things. These might seem to be, this can be variously portrayed as logic or perspective or something, but what we see is this is part of your research. So should clinicians, and specifically clinicians in private practice, indulge in research? Well, yes, there are a lot of things. What about clinical trials with negative results? You have read it,
and you're being compelled by, say, a pharmaceutical industry to try it out, but you yourself are not convinced of the product, or you have an equal alternative which is safer or cheaper. That itself, and when you apply it to your patients, that itself is research. So why should we do it? We all do research. Everybody's trying to improve your outcomes. Today, you've done a cataract surgery. You've used a certain amount of phaco energy. You want to bring that down. You want to improve your efficacy in terms of utilization of balanced salt solutions, everything. That is also part of research. It's commerce, on one hand, but it is also research. So it is a constant endeavor to improve diagnosis and outcomes. This is all, this is something we are all doing or subconsciously. All we have to do is just put pen on paper and record whatever you are doing. So it is, our constant endeavor to improve value for money, a constant endeavor to better oneself and to keep our patients happy. Ultimately, we are what our patients are. And if our patients are happy, automatically your practice is going to grow. So this is something that should not happen. You've done something and then something, a patient comes to you and you're not aware of what's going on. Of course, you have the option of referring the patient, but if you can handle it yourself, it would create a very good impression in the patient's mind, and you go home with that satisfaction. So there are quite a lot of questions which I ask. Why not just let someone else do it? I will follow. Let someone else make a phaco machine. I'll just follow. Yes, that is one concept that can work, but what worked for him or her may not work for you. You are committed to doing your best for your patients, and we have to answer. When you say you want to do research, you have to say you have set out to answer a question, not just to prove a theory. So when you prove a theory, it becomes a publication. You publish it. That is fantastic. But if you have your data and you present it in front of your patients, that this is what I'm planning for you, and this is how it has worked for other patients, your body language helps convince the patient of your good intentions. So one is faith-based medicines. Let us try a random product in a disease and it may work. So, aspirin for Parkinson's, it is not evidence-based medicine. So yet another reason why private practitioners should also focus on research. Now, some want to say subconsciously, even if they don't say it out, I just want to focus on my patients and the money. Why not? But why don't tell others how you did it? Perhaps that research will help set you apart from the 200 practitioners that you have around you. Okay, that this is somebody who's publishing his data, who has this data on his walls, in the clinic. So this is something that patients look at. Patients are extremely observant. They don't understand a word of your counseling, but they just go by your body language. So this research will actually help you focus, improve your body language, and show them, how convinced you are, or let them have faith in your conviction of whatever treatment you are offering them. It will help you tackle insurance companies as well. A lot of people don't, insurance companies, they play truant and they don't want to clear claims. You can actually show them articles, prove a point, help them go to the consumer forum, help them go to the ombudsman, and the patients appreciate the effort that you put in for them. Now, when it comes to private practice, the biggest challenge that everybody has is networking. And, these conferences and whatever we have today, that is one step, in that direction, where you form a good team. Perhaps you don't have the necessary resources, but you can collaborate. Most of my publications, whatever I have been fortunate enough to have is through collaboration, with our German centers, with French colleagues and so on and so forth. So you offer them something, they offer you something back. So this is the first way to go in private practice. And, this, what I've just put up on screen, it's just a small example of how basic things. So this patient was being treated for Irvine-Guest syndrome. He developed post-operative Irvine-Guest syndrome, and he was being treated with anti-VEGFs for 2 years. For 2 years, he continued to receive anti-VEGF therapy at, intermittent intervals, and he had no effect. His vision had gone down to levels so much so that he was depressed, because he could not read and something. What you see in front of you is just one injection of the intravitreal dexamethasone implant, and in 4 days, he was back to reading. So this is now, whether you call it research or just, proper diagnosis and proper therapy. So because Irvine-Guest is primarily an inflammatory disease, it is best to treat it with, an immunosuppressant. It can be steroids, it can be systemic steroids, it can be topical nepafenec, whatever suits you. But the point is that anti-VEGF injections, as a rule, given the pathogenesis of the disease, will not work in this condition. So this is something that you can either achieve through reading, you can assimilate your data, and what you see is that in 1 year, when we actually published this, we had about 27 patients, only one needed a second injection of intravitreal dexamethasone. So if that is an option for the patient, it should be offered. So there are many just things, again, time to time, every time you start doing research, the collection of data, the statistical analysis, everything comes into play. But today, by the grace of God, the technology that we have, the network that we have formed, everything is possible. You can have statisticians come to you. You can have someone write your paper for you. You can collaborate with other people who are already experienced in this. So putting your research out into the public domain is, I think, the way to go. And the one thing that you can definitely do in private practice is retrospective analyses. Some people say that they are of limited concern, but that's not the case. Whatever you do is always of value. If not in one journal, it will definitely be published somewhere. It will definitely get recognition somewhere. And you yourself will, whatever we do, when we audit our cases, how many rents did we have? How many retinal detachment surgeries ended up in blindness? That is also research. It is just putting pen on paper, making this necessary analyses, and letting everybody else see it. So keeping in touch with academics not only keeps you happy, but it also keeps you updated. And when you can offer this to other patients, your patients, they automatically see the results. They will see the change in the body language. And that is why, the research is an important part of your clinical practice and of your professional and commercial practice as well, if I may say so. So all you need to perhaps do is just devote maybe 2 hours a week, and that is enough. It's just once you get into the flow, it is very easy to write papers. And, with so many social media outlets available to us, for example, you have YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, just putting up a video of something that you did well, that itself is a part of research today. So do I have the time for all this? If you don't have the time, you can easily get someone who has the time, family members, a colleague, friends, whatever. Everything can hire someone to do the dirty work for you. Your staff will also take it well. The staff is the primary point of contact for all patients. And if they are convinced of your abilities, it helps your practice. So all you have to do is just interpret. So, when I started off reading, and I remember that when I first opened the ophthalmology textbooks, I did not even know what that, number in superscript meant. So it's a reference. So what is a reference? What is a publication? I had no idea whatsoever. So when I look back at myself, 12 years ago, for me, that textbook was everything, but I did not realize that the textbook takes information out of publications. So, this is from what I started off with. And now, God's grace, I have 63 publications to my name. So it's just a question of getting over that first hurdle, that inertia, and, it just goes with the flow. So some people like all the material benefits of research as well, conferences, travel, people contacting you for it. That is also, these are the positive fallouts of doing research. So all in all you need for good research in private practice, it's the same as in any institution. Good clinical and therapeutic skills, obviously, that goes without saying. The confidence that whatever you're doing is correct, a good patient base, and good equipment, good documentation. In ophthalmology, we have the fortune of having the privilege of documenting everything that we do. We can either record it or have fundus photography or OCT scans, everything. There is something to document everything. So the dirty work is what gets to most people, record keeping, data assimilation, data retrieval, literature search and statistics. So this is something, but like I said, there is always help at hand. So finally, a clear thought process, good writing skills. In today's age, a good command over the English language. Once upon a time, German was the most commonly used scientific language for publication until the First World War, after which, just out of spite, everybody banned the language, especially in the US and everything. But now English has taken over that role. And obviously, good command over English is of paramount importance in these days. So relations with colleagues and pharmaceutical industry is important, goes without saying, because many of your research might be sponsored. You get to do trials that can have material and other benefits as well. So research, you need to keep abreast of developments, and research helps you do that. It can help you identify what is relevant to your practice, your pool of patients. When I left LV Prasad, we had done a lot of foreign body removals, but in the past 8 or 9 years, I haven't even had anybody consult me for an intraocular foreign body, leave alone getting my, themselves operated for me. So, because in my area, there are no industries, and then, I don't get that. So, what is relevant to your practice is something that only you can tell everyone. The most difficult part, perhaps, after you've done all of this is the rejections. And I remember the first article that I wrote was rejected 10 from 10 journals. Finally, I got it published in the 11th. So thank you very much for your attention. And I hope I haven't overshot my time. And I would love to take questions if any. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditya. You were wonderful. Any expert comments, sir? Joshi,
Thank
sir?
you, madam.
Naraman.
So congratulations, Dr. Aditya.
Sir, please unmute. Joshi, sir, please unmute. Yeah, Purvasha. Ma'am, please say yes.
Congratulations, Dr. Aditya, for bringing out these points. And having seen both sides, even private practice as well as a medical college, I can totally understand that the mindsets are totally different. And getting into research has to be a personal decision. And it is very important that we also give our input and our contribution as private practitioners who are practicing the science, directly delivering it to the patients. And that is a different outlook that we have, and our inputs with that kind of viewpoint are very important. So a medical college or a institute based setup will give you a different kind of perspective into research, and whereas different kind of viewpoints will be brought about by private practitioners or those interested in presenting their data and directly related to patient care, and there sometimes even the economic part or the financial thinking. All these again are important aspects that can contribute to literature which is there. So again, that also helps us in putting our foot forward and contributing to the research part. So very well done.
Thank you so much, madam. Absolutely. Whatever you said, there are many things that get in the way of you writing an article. For example, in private practice, do you have access to an ethics committee? Is your trial registered on a particular website and all of that? So now, help is at hand. And, there are so-called freelancing ethics committee where you just submit your white paper or whatever your protocol, and then they can just give you an approval. So many of these hurdles have automatically been taken care of. It's just the will. And that will has to be integrated with your primary goal of treating patients. Everybody at the end of the day, obviously, everybody has to think of their own tummies and stuff. So that's okay. But the research can help you do that. It can help you enhance your skills. And that is something, this is the.
I think your net is probably, Aditya. You have some net issue, I think. Dr. Ajit, sir, you want to say something?
No, sir. My point is taken by Purvasha very well. So we can go ahead. No problem.
Yeah, no, only thing I wanted to, in between, you couldn't hear you, Aditya. No, only thing, when I left Shankaranathala after being in the helm of academics in the beginning, so Dr. Badrinath was worried. He said, you're going to practice and you'll forget academics and you'll forget publishing. And I remember only 1 year I was without, not 1 year, I think Bombay Hospital, I had enough fellows and Dr. Carol I took and we published. But when I started Aditya Jyoti, he was worried. He said, you're going into private practice, you will be busy with only practice, and what will you do? You have to concentrate on money. But it was in the back of the mind all the time. So I had the first EMR also, electronic EMR that time in 91 itself. And it was a horrible thing to work because it was not the web days. And still, what I'm saying, and Dr. Charles Keepens came to my clinic, and he was impressed because I had in the computer and I had my retinal drawing in the computer. So he went and told in the Keepens International meeting in Hong Kong, I see a young man who's trained by my fellow, that is Dr. Badrinath. So me and Tara Prasad Das were indirect members of the Keepens International Society through Dr. Badrinath and Dr. Nonparametric Swami. So I think it has to be inculcated when you're doing your fellowship or even your postgraduate. And wherever you're practicing, I think you can do it. We have a famous author in, I think, Dhule or Jalgaon, where he's publishing maximum on scorpion bites and treatment. Okay. I forgot his name. He was our IGO workshop, I used to call him. He's in, which place he is in?
Kokand, sir, Kokand. He's from Kokand belt, sir.
Which place?
Doctor.
He's from
Alibag, sir, Alibag.
No, but he's working somewhere else, no, not in Alibag.
No, his main research came from Kokand belt. He's Himmatrao Bavaskar.
Correct. Yes, and he was a fantastic. I mean, he's been maximum citations he has because he just observed scorpion bite in that area and also snake bite later. But scorpion bite, nobody was reporting. And then he found a solution. He made it as a policy for the government, everything. I mean, amazing. You should see how he talks. You can see the passion pouring out of the same thing you are doing, Aditya. Thank you.
No, sir. I just, I think once you get into that momentum, it's very difficult to extricate yourself from that research. And then, it becomes an addiction. So,
and second is, you're working in Germany, now you have to come and work in Bombay.
No, anytime, sir. Just
okay.
Like I said, your hospital is already an open invitation. It already says Aditya Jyot. So
Correct.
I can just walk.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yes, sir. We have so many must be inspired by Natarajan sir that very well said that being in private practice and doing so much research work. So hats off to you. And again, sir reminded us of Dr. Himmatrao Baviskar. So just a small anecdote about him that before his research got published in the
Lancet.
journals, Lancet. Lancet. That time, before that, so many Indian journals has rejected it. So he got recognition only when Lancet published his paper. So the next topic I'm going to request Dr. Rajesh Joshi is how to deal with rejections. And it's very close to my heart, and most of us who keep on sending and who keep on getting those rejection things. So I'm sure it will be a very good paper to listen to, good lecture to listen to. So I invite Dr. Rajesh Joshi again, the main organizer and the editor of JCOR and our immediate past secretary, Maharashtra Ophthalmological Association. Dr. Rajesh Joshi.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Natarajan sir. And thank you, Dr. Rajesh Joshi. And yes, like I said, my last slide was about 10 rejections of my first article. So I fully endorse whatever.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. That was a wonderful talk. In fact, your talk was initiation of my talk, how to handle rejection or why do we get rejection. In fact, my talk, how to handle rejection, madam. Yes. Presentation. Sorry for this delay. In fact, probably computer rejected my presentation. I can't see my presentation. Not at all. Rejection is not a dejection. Now he's finding out a way for my slides.
Online and anybody here can see any questions on the
Yeah, sure. In fact, there are some few questions on the chat box. Yeah, Shruti want to ask something. No, it's not. Yeah.
I can see that. You can read the questions. Not yet. Where is it?
No, they are not there. I think Dr. Mitali got those questions. In fact, she asked about Miss Mitali. Mitali has got few questions.
In the meantime, you can ask any question. Sir,
Yeah, I remember from.
or any doubt which is not clear in the last 1.5 days.
There was one related to the presentation by Dr.
Aditya, you can make dirty work into worthy presentation. That can always be done. Yes. Yeah.
There was a question regarding the presentation by Dr. Mayuresh Kiran, sir. He mentioned that when a case report is presented, there could be occasions where an informed consent would be required.
Yeah.
So when would that arise?
Yeah. In fact, I was going to tell Dr. Mayuresh about this, because whenever you are presenting or whenever you are submitting case report, the consent from the subject is very important. That my photographs or whatever history is there, that I'm consenting to the authors for submission. That is very important. So you have to have a consent from patient also.
usually when such cases are published in the journals, we don't mention the patient's name. We usually just mention the initials, or we just mention Mr. ABC or XYZ and all. So personal data of the patient per se, as far as his identity is concerned, is not revealed in the case report. So still, does that mean we will have to have an informed consent, even if we are not including any photos of the patient? We are just mentioning the patient's details, okay, with the reports.
Yeah, we are not. Yeah, he's there. He can answer. In fact, whatever my perspectives are there, I can tell you. Whenever photos of the patients are presented, usually we mask the face to avoid recognition. That is one thing. And at the end, there is usually authors, they submit to the journal that we have taken informed consent from the patient. That is informed consent from the patient, that there is no objection about submission of my photos and whatever. So that is done.
Actually, he had I made a presentation on publication at 10, still not published, rejected many times. I call it Maharaja chair, operating chair. So in that, the whole idea was to say how to keep the table, how to keep the patient. And the patient was totally great, can't see anything. But there was a patient, but the microscope, the chair, and the video said they rejected because they said, I'm not taking consent of the patient for putting that. We don't know which patient. Then I realized, so next time when I said to Ramanujana, I took a consent. I said, nothing will come. This is the photo. But we didn't do it. But it's amazing. But what I'm saying is that shows how much you are better to respond. You are not doing anything secretive. And we have a habit in our hospital, even for any testimonial, we take a consent from Facebook, YouTube, and anything. And I actually take even a consent in my regular surgery, and I use the video for teaching without any name. In your office, you don't have name, but I take consent. Sorry.
Can I just
Dr. Radhika.
Yeah. Yes.
So as far as my personal experience, Elsevier always requires you to have a consent, even if it is just a case report. They make it very clear that in their guidelines and instructions that for case reports, kindly do not submit without the patient consent, because then you could be rejected at a later date.
I think better to have a good habit of taking consent.
Yes.
I think patients should know. See, we are actually doing a registry under IOCTN, that is Indian Ophthalmology Clinical Trial Network. We are only taking patient data on diabetic and how long, retinopathy, all that. But even that, before we fill the form, the IOCTN insisted we should have ethical committee clearance, that is from Government of India. Plus, we have to have a consent from every patient. And all the 6 centers are doing. And if you are not taking a consent, then you can't include that. And some patients refuse also. I don't know why they refuse, but they refuse. Because they are not writing any name, nothing, but still they refuse. And we are not able to include.
Yeah. So consent is very important.
Very important. So even if I may add a few points.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have to also understand that whatever we are publishing is actually dynamic data. So, and we as corresponding authors or as authors who have taken the responsibility, in case there is a question later or they want to do some future tests or further testing, then again, the patient can be brought back into the picture, and then it becomes very embarrassing or not legal actually to not have a consent. So it's always good to have a consent, especially when it's a published in literature. Thank you.
Yes.
Small point, sir. Small point I can make if
yes.
Hello. Yeah. It's there is a small difference between this consent and waivers. These are patient waivers. You are taking waivers from the patient that their data can be used. These are consents are usually for some procedures to be performed on the patient, and these are waivers that you take whenever you go for research.
Yes, Viral, that is a perfect one. In fact, when you ask about consent, I remembered about acknowledgement also. Whenever you are taking help of statistician or anyone, you have to acknowledge them. Sometimes it happens that your paper gets published, and if you don't acknowledge the person who has helped, he may write to the editor that I helped for this data or whatever. So there is always a letter to editor, or there is always a problem. So sometimes you may have to retract the article because you haven't included his consent or acknowledgement into your article. Right. Departmental association that you have to acknowledge. So dealing with rejection, in fact, this is the last talk of the day as well as last talk of today's sessions. And we had a wonderful talks on how to write article, how to calculate the sample size, statistics and everything. But whenever you are writing article, this is the most feared thing, how to avoid rejection. Of course, not submitting an article, you are not going to get a rejection. This is just a joke only to begin with. But rejection and rejection and rejection, it is a part of researcher or writer. So everyone gets rejection. There would not be any single person in the world who has been rejected. So it happens. 62% of published papers have been rejected once. Okay. I will tell you in my talks as we go further, what are the journals which reject the article and what are their percentages. So we are not alone. Keep this slide in your mobile that you are not alone, because whenever you are writing an article, it's a huge task. You are spending your time, your family time, everything you are spending. You are analyzing the data, you are writing to few people about your analysis. Then you are collaborating with the departments also. If you are working in a medical college, so you are working hard, you are scolding sometimes your postgraduates also, why you haven't done this, then that. So it happens. So you are not alone. Your paper is going to get rejected once or twice. And Dr. Aditya told that his first paper was rejected almost 10 times. So well-known rejections in the history, you know the Krebs cycle, everyone knows. We have learned this in our 9th, 8th standard, and it was rejected by a well-known journal Nature. Of course, it was published later on, and everyone knows about this. No one challenges this cycle, and it is well-known thing. So nuclear magnetic resonance, we saw yesterday when we visited their labs, they have an MR machine also for segregation of particles. So that was also rejected by journal, and now it is a well-known thing. So well-known rejections are there in the history, so you are not alone. Rejection serves two purposes. It proves that you have written work. You have written something, but because of some flaws or some misunderstanding, or because you have not included something, which I will come later on, that your work has been rejected. So, but you have written something, may provide good constructive criticism so that you can write better. It improves the quality of writing. It improves your paper. You may get emails from your colleagues that your paper was published and it was wonderfully written. But you carry that first impression that this was rejected and that is how I wrote. So it improves your paper. There are various types of rejections. No review, just rejected at the editorial level. Editor is a person who almost knows everything which have been published in his journal. And if the same things got repeated or same results are there, naturally he's going to reject at the outset only. So no reviews, just rejected at the editorial level. Criticism rejection, your article is sent to the peer reviewers. They review your article and they feel that this has been published, or this data, even if we publish, it will not carry any citation or will not carry any meaning. So there is a criticism rejection. Near miss rejection, you have submitted. There were revisions, few revisions, but editor feels that this article needs no acceptance. So it's a near miss rejection. How commonly articles are rejected? Very common. 69% of papers would have been rejected at least once. Top journals have high rejection rate because they look for indexing, they look for citation score. So that's why they reject common articles. So if you have an article on small incision cataract surgery and the phacoemulsification, their visual outcome, which is well known, or just a small incision cataract surgery complications in a private practice or complications in the residency, they may get rejected because they have been published. But you have a retrospective analysis of 10-15 years of postgraduates having complications, or that review that is likely to get accepted. You can think on that line what you can do with your data. So that is how you can have a good paper. Chargeable journals, Dr. Viral told about the journals which are available, and those who charge, they have low rejection rate. Obviously, they want money, so they have low rejection rate. PubMed index journal have a high rejection rate. Everyone wants their article to get into PubMed. So obviously that will have a high rejection rate. Now, what are the top 11 reasons for rejection? Absence of message. There is no proper message or message which have been given by previous authors. There is no new message, so likely to get rejected. Lack of originality. I told you yesterday in my talk about originality, how you can create originality. That suppose if you have a study, if you have a study which has been done somewhere else, but not being done at your institute or not being done in your geographical data, that always you can quote that this has not been done in this area, because the population could be different, age could be different, there could be variability in the demographics, so that you can highlight in the last part of the introduction, and that is how you can create an originality. Poor methodology. Methodology has to be perfect. Whatever you are doing, that is supported by your methodology. So that has to be perfect. Non-relevant journal. If you are submitting article on retina to the cataract journal, it is going to get rejected. Over interpretation of the results. You are just playing with your data and creating a lot of interpretations. So there are likely chances that your article may get rejected. Grammar and spelling mistakes, those are the most important thing. And there are the softwares or agencies which are available which correct your grammar and spelling. Or your colleagues who are good in grammar and English, you can submit the article to them. Just have a review from them. Whatever they suggest, you correct that. Your data is inaccurate. If your data is inaccurate, no one can do anything for that. Pure stats. Always better to consult statistician before you start your study. Medical colleges, they have pharmacological department or they have statisticians. You can find out from your from the pharmacology department or PSM department, they have statistician post. So always consult with them. Insufficient data, unsatisfactory tables or illustration, or if you are highlighting too much on the table as well as same thing in the result section, so there is a duplication of the thing. So your article needs to be evaluated properly. Don't highlight data which is given in the tabular form in the result section. Plagiarism, Dr. Natarajan has already told about this, so I will not highlight on that. So how do you handle? Receive a rejection letter, read it, understand what decision has been given to you, whatever the type of rejection is there, and respond accordingly. So at JCOR level, we have, I make it a point that there are at least 2 reviewers, and whatever they say about that, I usually forward it to the authors. Forward all their rejection or whatever their comments are there, forward to the authors. Then they reply to those comments, and then again I forward to the reviewers. So understand it properly. Even if you cannot resubmit in the same journal, it will help you to improve your manuscript for another journal. So that is what is the reason. If you submit to lower journal, your chances of accepting to higher journal are more, or vice versa also possible. So handling rejection, comment, paper is not acceptable in its present format. These are the common rejection points. So revise and resubmit. The paper did not get a high enough priority. Submit somewhere else, because the priority of the journal could be different. So you can always submit somewhere else. The study is interesting, but too preliminary. Revise and resubmit as a new article or submit somewhere else. The work is more appropriate for a specialized journal. Submit somewhere. The study lacks important controls. Additional experiments are needed. You need to study it further and then you can rebuild your article and then submit somewhere else. So coping with rejection, be positive, pursue, keep writing. So whenever you have rejection, you usually feel that now leave that work, start another one. It is not like that. Pursue, be positive. It will get accepted somewhere, sometime. Prevention is better than cure. Choose journal carefully, which has got a scope, visibility, importance of work which you have done. Read carefully instruction to authors and follow them. These are given at the outset only, or they are available on the website. Ask colleagues to critically assess your paper. That is always good. So rules for replying to referees' comments to avoid rejection: respond completely, respond politely. So whenever comments come, first sentence which I write, thanks for your comments, whatever they could be. Thanks for your comments. Thanks for evaluating our paper. Because reviewers, it's really a tough job to review a paper. So your reviewer has read your paper. So thanks that you have read it. Respond with evidence, respond with reference, respond promptly. Journal gives some time. Because if a lot of articles are boring, they have to clear those fast. So they give some time. So respond promptly. Honesty is essential. Be honest about data analysis, additional data collection, references. References has to be perfect. The conflict of interest, foreign collaborators, and acknowledgements. So that is all from my side. If you have questions, I will be happy to take those questions.
Dr. Rajesh Doshi, sir, we have received some questions. In the
Yeah,
chat
fine.
box.
I think there are a few questions about
About
plagiarism, about, I think, site score or indexing, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
So what are those questions? I don't remember. In fact.
Yeah, will take the questions now.
Yeah. Some question about case report, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hmm.
Dr. Hudson D. Carvalho Nakamura, he has said, very well presented case report stock. Congrats. But usually how many photos could be enough for a case report, not to look like an article so much longer? So how many photos could be enough for a case report?
Yeah, Dr. Mayuresh is.
Mayuresh
Yeah,
is-
yeah, I'm there. I have joined online. I hope you can hear my voice.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you repeat the question, because in between the voice cracked?
I will repeat the question.
Yeah.
Where Dr. Hudson D. Carvalho Nakamura, he has said, very well presented case report stock, congrats, but usually how many photos could be enough for a case report, not to look like an article so much longer? Dr. Mayuresh can answer.
Right. So for a case report, normally we say that relevant photographs are what are required. So in that case scenario, if you are presenting about 3 cases, so on an average, 1 photograph per report is more than sufficient. Sometimes if you have additional findings for some case, you may exceed that limit as well. So from 1 you can go to 2, but not more than 4 photographs is what is required in 1 case report. Because if you have more photographs, then of course it would look like a complete article. So that is how it is. But there are no set rules. It depends from paper to paper, manuscript to manuscript. And that is how it is basically.
Yeah, it varies with journal to journal as well.
And journal to journal
Nowadays,
also, because
nowadays we
because
can
some
collage
journals
multiple.
have got set parameters that they will only accept so many photographs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, in fact, you can collage those photographs, and if you feel that they are ideal for that case report, you can always put like 5-6 photographs together.
5-6
Because
photos.
journal
Yes.
charges color photo processing charges as well per photographs. For 3 photographs we have for JCOR, for 3 photographs we have 1,500, and per photograph after that we have 500 rupees additional. So that authors may have to shell out some money. So it's always better to collage. That is what I have learned. So it counts to 1 photograph only.
Right.
Okay. Sir, next question is about the case reports again. How could we choose the references for a case report? Again, the question is from Dr. Hudson D. Carvalho Nakamura. how could we choose the references for a case report? Is there a criteria, or we could actually choose as many references we want? Does that also depends on how many pages or the case report length?
Again, it depends from journal how much how much they are going to allow us, how long the article can be in terms of number of words. And depending on the references, again, for a case report, number of references are lesser. There is no set parameter that you should have 10 references or 11 references, but references are going to be put in the introduction session, and if there is a discussion session, that's it. Similar kind of papers, if they have been published, they have to be quoted. So there is no set parameter per se. It all depends on what are the parameters which are set by the journals which you are targeting for publication.
Okay.
I think for case report, 8 to 10 references are sufficient.
Are more than enough. More than enough.
Yeah.
More than enough.
More than enough. Yes.
Only thing they have to be recent.
Yeah. 5 years.
Last 5 years.
Last
5 years.
5 years. Yeah.
Yes.
And from reputed journals.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now the question is to Dr. Natarajan, sir, from Dr. Amol Wankhede. What are the medico-legal aspects of plagiarism?
I think it's a good question. I read the question. So I really don't know what's the medico-legal, if it's related to, if the patient reads that in the open journal, and then I think there can be a problem. In case if you're not taking a permission or some complication you're reporting, and then if the patient does not know that, and if the patient is correlating that is his surgery and whatever, treatment, I think there's a possibility. But I think other than that, I don't know what else is the medical legal implication.
I think authors may have to retract the article. That is one thing.
No, medical legal is
medical legal
different. No, it's a court of law. A patient will claim something based on the publication. See, because of its open journal, I remember some rare treatment which is not being done in Africa. They found some treatment published, and then they read it and came. But here, if you're publishing shows that you're negligent, or if the advocate picks it up, it's a problem.
If the copy paste is done from the article of some other author, and that first author can file a suit, that's what I feel. Can complain.
They can complain. Yeah, they can complain to editor and copyright laws.
Or the journal. Yeah, that first journal, because copyright will be with them. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Then one more question is there, sir, for Dr. Natarajan, sir only. How to avoid plagiarism? It's very common into these modern AI programs, despite they tend to make you think it's a unique thing. Question from Dr. Hudson. How to avoid?
No, I know that we already covered, and discussion wise also. I think as an individual, better to go through manually for plagiarism. And and Dr. Ajit mentioned about 5% plagiarism allowed in thesis. I think you can use the software, but still, I think physically you have to be well versed with from starting to the end of the article. And then you also read your references. It's not that just read one line of the article and put it, but you may read the full article, and then decide what you're quoting for. So I think you have to be totally involved in the whole article. Otherwise, you will be ending up with plagiarism without your knowledge. So avoiding is to be aware and sensitize yourself that plagiarism can happen, and make sure that you don't do it.
Thank you, sir. Next question is from Dr. Sinam Shailaja. How to know whether a journal is an index journal? Please elaborate.
I think you have to go to journal's website to have whether it is indexed or not. That is the best thing.
Yes, journal website will give the details. Index number will be there.
Yeah.
Next question is Dr. Avinash Turankar. Question is from Dr. Hudson. How you compare Excel with numbers? Which one could be better? Dr. Avinash Turankar, sir, is there?
I don't think he will be there.
Dr. Mayuresh,
Yeah.
can you answer?
Or Dr. Ajit.
Or Dr. Ajit, sir?
What
How
is
to
the
compare?
question?
Question is, I will repeat, sir. How you compare Excel with numbers? Which one could be better?
Entering data, either with Excel or number, which is better is asking.
I think Excel will be better.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
And Excel is more popular and practical. So
Yeah,
everybody
it is available across.
correct.
Available. Yes. Thank you, sir. Next question is from Dr. Hudson to Dr. Vijay Modkar, sir. There are too many variables to test hypothesis. What the best way if you want to be straight? What are the three more important?
Statistics question.
Statistics
Yeah, it's not
question.
there in fact.
I don't think so.
Dr.
is
Mayuresh can answer, I suppose.
Dr. Mayuresh, can you please answer? There are too many variables to test hypothesis. What is the best way?
I am not very confident about this particular aspect. I'll just get back to you on this.
Okay,
because
sure.
too many variables. Then which is the best one? That is the question, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Prachi Guru has said that one suggestion to JACOR. So Dr. Rajesh Joshi sir can answer. There's a section in Data in a Journal, Diagnostic and Therapeutic Challenge. Can we do that in our JACOR journal as well? That is to get opinion of national faculties on the challenging cases faced by residents seeing daily OPD patients. Good initiative by Moss and Dr. Natarajan, sir.
Yeah, obviously you can go for that data. We accept articles from all the subspecialties.
No, here's a question.
The-
They want you to start a separate
section.
Diagnosis and
Therapeutic challenge.
Therapeutic challenge.
Oh.
For example, somebody sees a problem in their postgraduate OPD, they can post that case and get answers from.
Definitely, the good idea.
It's a good idea. So Dr. Rajesh Joshi sir will take up the idea. Dr. Anya Sharma has said, so does JACOR supports and accepts articles only on glaucoma and cataract?
No, everything is accepted.
All others?
All.
And I want to tell, Anya is a medical student. Sorry, he's a school student in Dirbayabani school, and she's doing her 9th, I think. She wanted to do some research, and she came and met me. So I think maybe online, not in the Zoom, but I think she did it from the YouTube and this one. So I think I'll tell her.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Just pass on.
Thanks. If Anya is listening in the online, thank you, Anya, for the question. And you can publish anything in ophthalmology, and you can publish your work also. She's working on some topic which let her only write to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Great, Anya. Yeah. Inspiration. Yes. Great work by Anya. Dr. Mukund Zarabkar wants to know what is the impact factor?
No, it hasn't yet come. Except for IGO, I suppose there is no impact. Yeah, that is yet to come for JCOR.
Yeah, even I thought it's.
Or you want the
Is it a general?
definition of what is impact factor?
Means number of the articles which are published in that year and the number of divided by number of articles which have been cited in that year. So that is 2 year average, 2 year or 1 year, whatever point line they decide. There is a separate agency for that which carries out this work. So they decide about all the journals. So that is how it is calculated.
Thank you, sir. Then Dr. Mukund Zarabkar wants to know, CDSCO confirmation is not necessary for epidemiological studies. CDSCO confirmation is not necessary for epidemiological studies.
I didn't get that. CDS, what is that?
I also don't know.
The long form of this.
I can take this question.
Yes.
CDSCO confirmation is not necessary for epidemiological studies. Yeah, that is right, because there is no intervention which is going to be there. CDSCO is the regulatory body which is there in India, which is equivalent to US FDA for US.
Yeah.
Any questions from here?
Any questions from audience?
Yeah, that was a wonderful discussion. In fact,
Maybe, madam, before you, I think you as a student can feedback for the one of these. Tell your name.
Should I please Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Sarah Wongdi, a first-year resident from Nair Hospital. And it has been a pleasure to be a part of this wonderful conference. And I greatly thank my HOD ma'am who has told us about this conference and actively encouraged us to attend it. And I think as being first year, it is vitally important for us to have at least a basic knowledge of such topics, including how to write a protocol, how to choose topics, or definitely topics on plagiarism and how to handle rejection. I'm sure we will receive many rejections in life.
You don't have to worry about the rejection right now.
Yes,
You have
sir.
to just keep doing the work.
Yes, sir. So it has been very eye-opening and a genuinely incredible experience to be a part of this conference. I thank all the faculty and everyone present who has helped us on these 2 days. Thank you.
On behalf of the teachers, both Dr. Chaya and Vaishali.
Again, I would like to congratulate Natarajan sir, Dr. Rajesh Doshi sir, for arranging this, and MOS team also, Centaur Pharma, for giving us this wonderful ambience and hosting this workshop, today's workshop. At this stage also, we have to learn so much, though we are teachers. So I thank all the faculties. Wonderfully, they have presented and we have learned MS Excel. Though we are using MS Excel, still so many functions, we are not so fast in that. How to do, so we have to approach the statisticians. So after attending this workshop, now we are learning so many points in statistics, how to apply it, which test to apply, how to analyze, what are case reports. I want to say one point that for NMC promotions, etc., original articles, they want original articles. So case reports are, they are not taking into consideration. But still, I found out from today's discussion that case reports are also
important,
very good platform. And you can point out some good finding, and after that, then based on the case report, somebody takes up the original articles, write original articles. So they are also very, very important. And some journals, they have sections or separate journals are there, only write case reports. So all should motivate themselves to write case reports. And Dr. Natarajan sir, you want to?
Vaishali, before Dr. Handa's come. We have just finished everything. Thank you.
So it's been a pleasure to be here, a wonderful workshop. Thank you, Centaur Labs, and especially Ms. Dr. Handa and Natarajan sir and team MOS and Dr. Professor Rajesh Joshi for coming up with such a valuable workshop for all. Like Chaya ma'am has just said that even we teachers get to know so many nitty-gritties. And in spite of being in this, being a PG teacher for several years, and recently we had, from ICMR, we had to do the basic course in biomedical research also. So again, we get to know so many things which are not totally always taught to us. And we used to just go on publishing without sending papers, without doing the proper analysis of proper work. So rejections also tell us that, yes, we have to improve and improve on several grounds. So this workshop is really an eye-opener and for the students, PG students. And we had such the youngest Arya, also a school girl, watching this. So I think that is the biggest compliment for this. And it sums up whatever we have done for the 2 days. Thank you again, and pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So homework for you as an editor is, maybe you can ask everybody to send this as in the format of JCOR for publication. And you can or bring a special issue only on this workshop.
That is a good idea.
So that you can have a peer reviewed and a whole thing can be maybe 6 months from now. So you have enough time so that you will be ready for the next 3 months. So the other issue which we released yesterday, can have that. And thank all the speakers, and some may be able to give, some may not. Whatever, I think we can, and add whatever is missing also as an article from any other international editors also. Whatever help you want, I'll get it.
Definitely, I would like to have guest editorial or editorial from you, as well as from the international speakers.
Sure.
So
We'll do that. I think we come to the end now.
Yeah.
Okay, that you can do that. Yes.
Yeah, that I can do.
So I think we are come to the end, sir. So we thank Centaur, Dr. Handa. You want to say something, sir, as a host?
Thank you, Dr. Natarajan and MOS and Dr. Joshi and Dr. Vishali and Dr. Chaya. Madam, so wonderful to have all of you here. Lovely program. In fact, when the program begins and it is announced, there are always expectations everybody has. And sometimes you find the expectations are so wonderfully surpassed. And this was one such program. And in fact, while we undertake a lot of clinical research and bioanalysis by equivalent studies at Center House with 50-bedded facility, still there was so much of learning. In fact, this has been one program with content where I think the take home is for everybody, be they the students or the senior, the professors. And I'm very thankful to Dr. G. Joshi and IC, Dr. Narang, and so I think thank you everybody and for coming and taking us once again, making us part of this program. It was a pleasure having you all here, sir. It's been, and there some of the doctors among you have always told us that while you are the front end, you are the business house, but the back end, you are actually an academic and research institute, and which I've been hearing this for very many years. I think that's, I don't know whether to take this as a compliment or, so that means it says that please also focus on business indirectly. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So wonderful, lovely. Thank you. Been pleasure. Thank you.
Professor Chayashinde said best infrastructure for hosting a meeting and a great host. Thank you, sir. And thank Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society for the opportunity. And I thank Rajesh for only being in the behind him. And actually, entire work was done by him. Thanks. And then three cheers to Dr. Rajesh Joshi. We want you to do more and keep the Maharashtra high. Everywhere we have Chhatrapati Shivaji. Yes, so good. So thank you, and thank you all online also, both in Facebook,
Thank you very much.
YouTube. Thanks to the Center audiovisual team, as well as the YouTube of I think Sai Numerotech, who supported MOS. Okay, where is he? Who?
Thank you very much to
Yeah, you can call him.
Test and all the organizers.
Yeah, we can call him.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir, thank you from Gujarat.
Oh, okay, thank you, Aditya.
Thank you.
Where is he? Yeah, we can officially thank him here. Good. So we are thanking Anaga and Dr. The Medical Council, Maharashtra Medical Council for giving us the CME credits, which is great, I think, because it was important for recognizing this program, and then you can get it as a publication also. Yes. Now she was in the engineering college. So with this, I think we're just waiting for the Maharashtra Medical Council observer. Is he coming? Dr. Radhika, you want to say something?
No, I just said I wanted to thank MOS, Centaur, and
Thank you, sir. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for your observer. No, we are just concluding. So online also people want to see you. You can give your comments of whatever is happening.
I just hope that everybody's had a good time and it's been a fruitful session. So all the very best and good to see all of you on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. And we're going on YouTube, Facebook, and
absolutely.
Yeah, progress.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll conclude and we'll thank you all online and both in YouTube, Facebook, as well as in the website.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I know. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
Right.
so much.
Thank you.
Rajesh
Thank you all.
Joshi,
Yes.
And
Thank you.
Moss.
Thank you. You can stop the record. Yeah.
I show my screen now. You see this. Very interesting. Therefore, I wanted to reconfirm before I could share. Okay, sir, as you said, I was getting this is the contract where we just stated it at I don't know why we are repeating it, but anyway.
Those are the same contract trophies.
So you can announce something like
Yeah.
Dr. Vaishali.
Dr. Vaishali. Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, birthday. And wish you happy birthday, Vaishali. Yeah, Dr. Mansoor.
Why not you give the MMC observer also?
Yeah.
Call him.
Just call him.
Photograph.